for what's going on, but could you try your charger? And I'm hoping
add Jessica in after the roll call. So welcome to the study session for November 15th. Barb knows who the mayor, and we're going to go around and introduce ourselves, speaking into the microphone so people can hear us.
I'm Melissa Youssef, Mayor Pro Tem.
Olivier Bosman, City Councilor. Jose Madrigal, City Manager.
Aaron Hyder, Assistant City Manager.
Kim Baxter, Durango City Council.
Thank you. And I will open this meeting, as I do with other study sessions and city council, with a statement, my statement about a land acknowledgement. This reflects my view and is not a statement from the council. For thousands of years, this region was home to numerous people, bands, tribes, and nations. Each had their distinct culture, artistic expression, and community mores. In particular, this region was the ancestral home of the Nuchu, Dene, Pueblo, Hopi, multiple Apache bands, and various other tribes and Latinx people who used and stewarded this land. I recognize that indigenous peoples were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands by the U.S. government. It is important to recognize that the narrative of this region has mostly been told from the dominant perspective without recognition of those who came before us and who to this day continue to thrive, create, and connect with this land. Thank you for your respect in my acknowledging this legacy. Thank you. So today we'll start with interviews. We have 3 firms that we will be interviewing. It'll be a 20-minute presentation, and we will start with Baker Tilly. And for the record, we'll indicate that Councilor Buell is now in attendance. Thank you. So Tom, can you let?
Edward just showed up and I think Yolanda's on her way. Edward, if you want to unmute yourself, we can do a mic check real quick. Edward and Yolanda, you're both still muted. If you want to unmute yourself, you're good to go.
Just unmuted. Thank you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you see us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So I believe you're going to give us about a 5-minute presentation and then open up for questions. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Aaron, would you like for me to share a screen? Okay, you got it. Okay.
All right. Well, like there is a delay, but anyway, here we go. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Edward Williams, and my colleague Yolanda House is on the call as well. Thank you for this opportunity, and I know we've got 5 minutes, so we're going to jump in, go real fast, and hopefully allow for your questions. And as I said, thank you. We're looking forward to this opportunity. Baker Tilly is an international advisory firm. Our experience in the public sector space is about 30 plus years. We've evolved from Waters Consulting to Springstead to now Baker Tilly. My experience is more than 20 years in government in terms of state government, higher education, municipal government, and for the last 3.5 years with Baker Tilly. Yolanda, quickly, your snapshot view.
Sure. 26 years in local government. More than 20 of those years I've spent in the human resources leadership role. So excited to speak to you today about this opportunity. I have done a lot of executive recruiting.
Yolanda, I'm sorry, Yolanda, if I could interrupt for just a moment. You guys have a red options and subtitles screen on your end, I believe. Is there any way to remove it? Great, thank you.
Okay. All right. So back to you, Edward.
Yes. So our team includes, we have 5 consultants that we basically work in conjunction as a team on recruitment. So our team is basically prior city managers, former HR director, school superintendent, and we come to you with a simple agenda, your agenda. This is an opportunity for us to share our process. And again, I'm going very quickly. Our process is simple. You decide, we listen, we launch the project and inform you of every step along the way. We provide you with the resources and the tools to make the decision in terms of the individuals you hire. The profile is developed based on our experience or knowledge, market's best practice, and ultimately we meet with you to develop that profile in terms of education, experience, skills, traits, attributes. We create and ensure there is a clear distinction between leadership and management, which we believe is essential to this conversation. And okay. And then, of course, we look at strategic planning. We look at some of the challenges or opportunities your city attorney would face. One of the questions we received prior is our experience leading similar searches. We have done a number. The most recent, who are still currently employed, is the city attorney for the city of Scottsdale, Arizona, the chief municipal judge for Fort Collins, Colorado, and the city of Mesquite, which was in 2018. Those individuals still remain in their position. We launched the search, and we do basically a three-way, not only the posting on regular sites, but recruiting, outreach, and we contact individuals who we know that may be interested, but may not necessarily be actively looking. We basically prepare for you a semi-final report, which includes resumes, cover letters, questionnaire, written questionnaire. And we also prepare, based on the profile, a video response to questions you will approve prior to moving forward with the search. You decide your top 4 or 5. We provide background information on those individuals. And you decide if you have 1 panel, 2 panels. We will provide, basically support every aspect of the search, which is about 90 to 120 days. We also provide support throughout the interview process. I'm sure you've all done Myers-Briggs. TTI is one that we would use. In this case, it would be the DISC profile, which provides some information on leadership traits, attributes for you to help you make your decision. We support the salary negotiation, the offer, and ultimately the acceptance. And again, that was a quick run through our process. My apologies for going so quickly, but I wanted to leave this time to answer your questions. So at this time, I will be happy to answer your questions.
Great, we'll open it up to council. Questions? We have about 10 minutes or so, maybe 12.
I was wondering, over the past few years, the city responsibilities for the city attorney have changed. They've increased. We've gone from kind of being a small town to a small city. And so with those changes, increased workload and responsibility, would you be going through the job description, duties, et cetera, and so forth, and expanding that, and also making a recommendation about salary range?
The answer to that, the simple answer is yes. The idea would be to, one, understand what are the challenges and opportunities, what needs the organization has relative to any changes in essential functions, roles, performance. All of that information we gather. In most instances, we look at comparable cities or in your market if there is a comparable market in terms of your competitive markets. And we also look at salaries from that lens.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I can ask you a question. It's just a factual question. So it's threefold. Maybe just a reminder, how many direct employees does your firm have? And then for the proposed project manager, please explain how many recruitment searches you have managed as the key lead, along with the number of attorneys that you have done that work. And lastly, what parts of this project would involve external consultants or subject matter specialists?
I'm going to answer those as best I can in reverse order. None of our project, we are involved in this project from beginning to end with no sub-consultants. We basically do the work ourselves based on our qualification, our education, and experience. I have personally led at least 8 city attorney recruitments over the past 4 years. I'd say 90, there's two municipal court judges, which falls in the same category. In terms of number of attorneys we have in the firm, was your question?
No, I meant how many do you have high level recruitments have you managed, and of that, how many were attorneys?
Oh, I've personally, and I'm sure Yolanda, over the past 20 years, I've done at least, I'd say probably close to 100. And of that number, about 8 or 10 are city attorneys. As you know, city attorneys don't turn over too often. And so once they're in the city or in the organization, they tend to be in that organization. As far as my data would suggest, a minimum of 4 to 5 years, if not more. Most city attorneys don't leave too often.
Okay.
Did I miss one? I think I missed the first question.
Yeah, how many employees your firm has? Because in the proposal you mentioned you use subject matter specialists. So I was wondering if that's internal employees or is that?
The idea behind that is if this is one of those positions that has a specialty, it would be a dedicated individual like myself, like Yolanda, who has been involved with not only the HR component. Basically, we understand the legal implications in terms of posting properly, asking legal questions, ensuring that there is a clear representation, and ensuring that the position is presented to individuals from what I would call non-traditional groups.
Okay.
I had another
Overall,
question.
we have a team of 10 on for our public sector search team. We have a team of 10.
Thank you very much.
I was also wondering, do you have any statistics around the longevity of your placements? So how long they stay after they've accepted the job through your firm?
Over the past years, we have guaranteed, first it was 2, and then it is the market now guarantees placement for a year. So after a year, we don't track the longevity, if you would, but based on anecdotal information that I gathered just to answer your questions, the current Arizona city attorney placed in 2019 remains on the job today. The current city of Mesquite attorney placed in 2018 remains on the job today. And the Fort Collins municipal judge, who we also placed in 2019, remains in that position to date. The city of Dickinson as well, the judge is also on the job, which he was placed in 2019. So on average, we guarantee for 1 year, but based on our most recent placement, they're all on the job 4 years later.
Excellent, thank you.
I have a question. Who is our day-to-day point of contact that will be kind of, communicating with us on a regular basis? Is it you or Yolanda, or is there someone else on the
That
team?
would be either Yolanda or it would be myself and Yolanda. We co-lead projects just because we want to make sure that when you reach out, someone responds, and we try to do it the same day. And so if either Yolanda or I, if for any reason I'm traveling or Yolanda's traveling, one of us will ensure that you get a response fairly quickly.
I have a question as well. I'm Melissa Youssef, and thank you for joining us. It's really nice to see your faces at least. I was wondering if you could tell us, I was impressed with your, your response and your application for us. And thank you for submitting that. Can you tell us what sets you apart from some of the other organizations that we might be looking at? That's the first question, is really what makes your organization stand out that we could expect? And then the second part of my question is, what can we do if we select you to work with us to make this search process the most effective that it can be?
Well, that's the $65,000 question, and I think I've got an answer. So let's give it a shot. Yolanda, please help me here. the reality, what sets us apart, I think we all do a good job, but what sets us apart is what I call my passion for this kind of work. Yolanda and I do this because we're good at it. And an old football player, Deion Sanders, used to say, it's not bragging if you can back it up. At the end of the day, we do this and we're passionate about it. And what I do is I treat every project as though it were my personal project. And so we did projects in Greeley, Louisville, Fort Collins, and everyone you are welcome to check in terms of our availability, our passion, our competence, our willingness to be responsive to your need, a willingness to understand your community and those this individual will serve, to ensure that we're not only just filling the position, but to ensure that we give you someone who fits your organizational culture. So we go the extra mile. I don't know that the others will not say something similar, but what I do know is that what sets us apart is our passion, the quality of our work, and our record of successful placement in similar roles. Yolanda, do you want to add?
I would just add our due diligence as we are vetting the candidates before they even get to you. We want to make sure that we're providing you a good slate of professional candidates, and we do a lot in the background before they even get to you, so that you have a really good semifinalist report with a lot of information so that you can make a well-informed decision as to who you want to move forward in that process. As well as when we develop the candidate profile, we want to make sure that we're getting your input in terms of, you know, what your desires are for the person who will fill this position, in terms of, like Edward said, your culture, the leadership and management style, all of those different things that's going to work best for your organization. This is your process, it's your recruitment. We are here to be the professionals to help you and partner with you to help facilitate a successful outcome that's going to be a good fit for your organization.
The second part to your question, what can you do? I'm sorry, Mayor. What can you do? I think, and regardless of who you hire, when personally, when I get involved, this is part of me and I love to win. So what can you do? One, be honest with us. Be straightforward with us. Tell us where the dead bodies are, where they're buried. Make sure we're working for you. Two, whatever you do, whomever you hire, and this is free, make sure you agree in public to support this individual, because it's going to be essential. So what can you do? Be honest with us. Let us do the heavy lifting. Give us your view. Perfectly okay if we disagree, but you're the boss. You give us your best. We will give our best. And ultimately, whatever decision you make as a body, support it publicly as a body. So that's a long answer to a short question, but thank you for that question.
Thank you. And I have a question, and I'm also cognizant of the time. I'd like to ask you to tell us a story of a search that you're especially proud of. Maybe there was a complication and you saved it, or maybe you did an extra bit of work to recruit somebody totally the right fit. But tell us a story of your success.
Wow. Story of my success. Accounts a city somewhere in the United States. Politically toxic. Public fights on TV, disrespect. They elect a new mayor. Mayor said, Edward, this has got to stop. They elected me to fix this. She said, this is what I'm looking for. I said, yes, ma'am. We went out, we found the person, and the council said, well, you may be asking for too much. It was political all the way. And after the political side was settled, it became racial and it got nasty. But I think the mayor was strong. She was clear what she wanted. She gave us the instructions, and I met with council and answered their questions, gave them the answers to all the challenges they presented. And I'm just so proud to say that I saw the members of the council at a conference a few weeks ago, and they thanked me for pushing back when they were not being very nice to each other. And part of my job is to tell you what I see. With all due respect, I said, Mayor, one of the problem is nobody wants to work for you guys if you're going to treat them that way. And she said, come tell my colleagues that. We had that conversation. I love to know that I can be a part of the solution. And then I love to hear later and to see that our placements are doing well.
Very good. Any other questions before we're good? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your effort and your passion. And we will be hopefully making a decision later in the evening.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yes,
Thank you.
nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think the next one is. Get the name of this firm.
CPS.
CPS HR, if you wanted to pull up that, if you wanted to look at their proposal.
All right.
Okay, Deanna and Gloria, you've been promoted to panelists. If you want to unmute your microphones, we can put 20 minutes on the clock. Are we also waiting for Melissa?
It is just going to be the two of us.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll jump in first. I'm Deanna Hain. I'm the regional manager for CPS HR. I've been with the organization for 5 years. I'm located here in Colorado. Also spent about 20 plus years working inside government organizations like yourselves. And I'm going to now let Gloria introduce herself.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Gloria Timmons. I am with CPS HR Consulting, of course, and I've been with the organization for about 6 years. I've done project consulting and executive recruiting for CPS HR Consulting, working with cities and counties and various public organizations. And prior to that, I was with the University of Colorado Boulder, where I had a career as a kind of employment services specialist and director.
Very good. We're going to do any kind of slide presentation.
We are not going to do a slide presentation. We thought we would just walk you through our methodology. As we understand it, we have about 5 minutes to do that, so we can allow plenty of time for your questions. Does that sound right?
Sounds great.
All right. So Gloria, I'm going to invite you in to talk a little bit about our methodology. Gloria would be the executive recruiter working with your organization, should we be able to partner with you, which we hope to do.
Yes. Yes, and I'm also based here in Colorado. I'm on the Front Range metro area, but I was very pleased to visit Durango last year and assisted with the hiring of your Parks and Rec director. Love Durango. So in any case, our kind of methodology, we have a 3-phase approach. It works quite well, and I would be happy to give more details as you have questions. But our first phase really involves getting to know your organization and the key stakeholders in your organization and your community who know the kind of person that will fit this role best. We work with you very closely to create what we call our ideal candidate profile. And profile serves as the basis for the entire recruitment strategy and process that we work through with you. Once we've developed that candidate profile and recruitment strategy, we move on to our aggressive and very robust outreach and recruitment process. So, as I mentioned, the candidate profile is really the key to developing a strong process throughout to make sure that we find someone who not only has the right technical skills that you're looking for, but that who has the right fit with your culture and organization. And the best way to determine that is by getting to know your key stakeholders and involving them in the process. And as I mentioned, that can include the community. However, our outreach efforts are quite robust as well. We have a very strong national database of potential candidates that we work with. It's not uncommon for us to do outreach to up to 4,000 candidates from our existing databases, but even better than that, we do personalized outreach based on the needs of your organization and that ideal profile. We shake the branches, if you will. We look to develop the most diverse and robust candidate pool as possible, and then move into our phase 3 of the process which is the selection process. That includes a very thorough screening of potential candidates. We do initial screening for you to save time on your end, and then present only the cream of the crop. And at that point, we involve your organization to whatever level you choose to participate in evaluation of the candidates. That can be virtual, that can be in person, it could be any combination thereof. And I know Deanna's going to speak to our success rates in terms of success and how long folks are staying once they've been hired. But really, this whole process makes that outcome much, much better. And the last thing I'll mention is timeline. Our standard recruitment timeline from start to finish is approximately 16 weeks. There is possibility to make that a faster process, developing on your level of involvement and how timely and responsive your team can be. But typically, I would say 12 to 16 weeks for that entire timeline.
Great. And thank you. Maybe the last thing I'll mention just in the presentation, and then we're most anxious to get to your questions. Just to let you know, we truly believe we have unmatched recruitment experience in government agencies. We're a government agency ourselves, a joint powers authority. And so our experience is in the government agencies, working with state, federal, and then of course, local government agencies like yourselves. So we really look forward to hoping to work with you, and we believe that we really understand how to work with our government sector partners. So with that, we'd love to hear your questions.
Great. I'll open it up to counselors.
Hello. Over the past few years, our city has grown and changed, and the responsibilities for the attorney have increased, as well as the complexity. So I'm wondering if you would be making recommended job description changes and duties, as well as salary ranges.
We could do that if you'd like us to. We always feel it's important to have the most current job description available to ensure that the recruitment process is strong and on point. And of course, a salary range that fits that description is going to be to you pulling in the right candidates. So if that was something that you'd like us to do as part of our process, we certainly could do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And if I understand correctly, you're going to speak to your placements and their longevity.
Yeah, I can do that right now. So overall at CPS, our success rate is 89% of all of our placements are still in place after 2 years. That's our main measurement that we use and that we track. But more specifically, I'd like to address the last 5 city county attorney placements that we've done. We placed general counsel for Santa Barbara and Ventura counties very early last year. So they are both coming up on 2 years in those positions, and they are still there. We also placed general counsel for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. That individual that we placed is hitting a year. And both Ventura and MTC have used us repeatedly for multiple recruitments. We've also placed city attorneys in a number of cities, Riverside and Simi Valley. Last year, those individuals are also still in those positions after a year. So to your question that we had emailed, those are the last 5. We're also working on a county attorney recruitment right now in Colorado. So that is a position that we oftentimes work with organizations to place. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask you just a very basic question. Just the size of your company, how much direct employees do you have? And then for the project manager, how many recruitment searches have you done as the lead? And then the last question, actually I have 2 more questions. If you use any external consultants or subject matter specialists, and the question I'm going to add to that, when you are actively doing a search for an attorney in Colorado, would you be restricted of using the applicants for this position, or would there be any restriction that you have in your search for the city of Durango?
Okay, I was trying to capture those questions. Let me take the first one. So CPS HR Consulting, we have about 100 full-time employees throughout the United States. We've got another about 200 what we call project consultants that specialize in all different areas of delivery of HR services, including recruitment. All of our recruiters are employees of CPS, so we don't contract out. We bring our employees to the table, and those employees have extensive experience in executive recruitment. Again, Gloria would be your main recruiter, senior recruiter for this position, should you choose us. So Gloria, maybe I'll let you talk about some of your recruiting experience. As I understand it, one of your questions is how many recruitments?
Yeah, you know what? I don't, I'm sorry to say, I don't count how many recruitments I do each year. But I can tell you it's a lot. You know, as I mentioned, prior to coming to CPS HR about 6 years ago, I spent almost 20 years with the university, and they function like a small city. I worked with every kind of department you can imagine, from police to information technology to legal counsel. And I've done countless recruitments at all levels of the organization there. And since being with CPS HR Consulting, I would say, gosh, I kind of run, I'm probably one of the consultants that has a smaller workload at a time, which I think is actually to your benefit, because I tend to run 3 or 4 recruitments at a time, that so that I can also run my nonprofit that I'm involved in. But that allows me to give more of my time to the group that I'm working with, such as the city of Durango. But I would say I run 3 to 4 at a time. And I want to say, gosh, you know, a couple dozen recruitments every year, probably more, but it just depends on the year. But I assure you, I have quite a large repertoire of types of organizations and positions that I've recruited for. And as Deanna mentioned, I'm currently working with Douglas County on the recruitment of their county attorney. That one's a little bit of a challenging one for different reasons. But I will say that in terms of the question you asked about limitations on candidates, really, unless you direct me that there's a certain kind of candidate that you're not interested in, or if you say that you only want to consider Colorado candidates and not national candidates, those would be the limitations. Other than that, we really believe in creating the largest, most diverse pool possible, and then narrowing it down from there and ensuring that those folks have the right technical and fit that you're looking for. If I missed, let me know.
I appreciate the answer. I think it can also work to a benefit if you're already actively doing a search for attorney that we have access to a bigger.
Right.
Sometimes that might be a
Right.
restriction that you will not use candidates for another position if you make some firms make
Right.
commitments like that. No?
Right. No, that's a great point. And we work really closely with our fellow consultants. And if we have a position and some great candidates, then we share those candidates and try to find them great positions as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? I know you worked with the city of Durango on the Parks and Rec placement. It's a little bit different, as this one will be a little bit more council driven, but was there anything that we could work on as a team with you guys that you saw from that experience, or what went really well? What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So I kind of came in on the back end of that process. So I didn't get to work with you all that well. But my understanding from my colleague Kylie is that it went very well. The timing was good. We had great interactions with your city manager, Jose, and a really great pool from that process. And so, I did a little bit of, research on what's been happening in your area recently as compared to last year when we were there. And I really didn't see any red flags or things that were of concern to me in terms of, anything that might prevent a candidate from wanting to come and work in Durango. If anything, I think it's a big draw. But no, as far as lessons learned, I didn't see any concerns from our last recruitment with you.
And then just one more question, Gloria, would you be our main point of contact daily, or do you have another team member that would be the one directly in contact with the city? How would that work?
Yes, I would be your project consultant and the primary executive recruiter. So I would be your primary point of contact. I have, people back at the CPS HR consulting group in Sacramento that support me if I need it in terms of administrative support, but I'd be your point person for everything. And of course, Deanna is always available if we were to need some support.
Thank you.
We're good on time.
We're good on time. We
Okay.
have a few more minutes.
Thank you both for joining us. We appreciate it. It's nice to see you virtually.
Yeah.
And your responsiveness to the RFP was very impressive. So thank you. It's nice to meet you. Place to go, here we are. And questions I have for you I have two questions for you. If you could please tell us what you think sets your organization apart from the other organizations that we are looking at for this search. That's my first question. And my second question is, if we want to be most efficient in this process and most effective, how can we as counselors best work with you? What can we do to make this process as effective as it can be?
Maybe I'll take the first question, and Gloria, I'll let you take the second question. I'll just real quickly talk about, again, I think one thing that sets us apart from others, again, is that we are a government sector employer ourselves. And so we work exclusively in the government sector. We do have a lot of private sector partners that we work with for best practices, et cetera. But we have unmatched recruitment experience in government agencies. That's one thing that sets us apart. Also, our seasoned executive recruiters. We only bring executive recruiters that have extensive experience, and they are employees of CPS HR and have full access to all of our breadth of resources. One of the other things I think we do is a very detailed needs assessment. We spend a lot of time in that first phase that Gloria described to really make sure we figure out that ideal candidate so that we can do the very best job to find you that ideal candidate. And then the last thing I'll say too, we're very in tune and diversity sensitive. When I say that, we really do recruit for the most diverse pool. I think 50%, or I'm sorry, almost 60% of all of our placements are of a diverse nature, and we're very proud of that. So Gloria, I'll let you take the second question.
Sure. Yeah, I think us setting a relationship at the basis of or at the beginning of the process is what will make that relationship or the recruitment go really well. I enjoy getting to know and maybe even have one-on-one opportunity with each council person to get their sense of what they're looking for. That's not always possible because I know you're very busy. So doing a group meeting initially to kick things off is also very effective, but really from a successful standpoint to make sure things move smoothly, it's really having robust, open conversations about what your needs are, what pitfalls may exist, what challenges there are, and then of course what's great about Durango and working there, and just responsiveness on both ends, being open, being available, and that really helps me move the recruitment forward in a successful way.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And I'll just end with a question of tell us a recruitment that you're especially proud of. It's for Gloria. Can you tell us about a recruitment that you're especially proud of?
Let's see. There are so many that I've really enjoyed, but one that I'm particularly proud of. I'm not quite finished with this one yet, but I'm kind of proud because I recently, I'm on kind of the hind end of it now, but worked with the Colorado Judicial Branch based in Denver, and for an IT director, which, isn't always the easiest type of group to evaluate and identify strong candidates, but we did a very robust outreach, advertising, personal outreach, used our national database, and we came up with 175 applicants for this position. And while the number is, large in my experience, a lot of times in that kind of a pool, you'll get, maybe even as much as 40% that aren't really IT, or they throw their hat in the ring, but they're not really qualified. I want to say that 80% of those 175 were actually qualified IT candidates. And I'm really proud that I got through those 175, narrowed it down to 19 qualified candidates to present to the judicial branch. And we're moving forward with 10 very qualified candidates. And it's been one of those positions where, again, working very closely with the judicial branch administrator and his team to make sure we created that ideal candidate profile that helped get us from 175 to 10. So although we're not finished yet, I would say that is one of the ones that really sticks out in my mind that I've been proud of.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for sending in your materials and visiting with us today. We will be in a city council meeting later in the evening, hopefully reaching a decision on the selection of one of the three firms. So thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great afternoon.
And then the next one will be SGR.
JJ, if you want to unmute yourself, we'll put 20 minutes on the clock and we're good to go.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen really quick to get us started. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is JJ Peters, and I am the President of Executive Recruitment for SGR. Thank you so much for inviting us here today to discuss our proposal to assist you in finding your next city attorney. Should you select us to assist you with this important search, Senior Vice President Larry Gilley would be your recruiter and primary point of contact. Larry is not only an accomplished public servant, he is also a very experienced recruiter. He has conducted several attorney searches over the last few years and has done over a dozen executive searches in Colorado alone. In fact, he unfortunately couldn't be here with me today to meet you because he's currently in transit to Westminster, Colorado for finalist interviews for their HR director search. I would like to mention, in case you were not aware, Larry is familiar with Durango. He conducted your finance director search in 2020. And I think I may have anticipated one of your questions here coming up in one of my slides, but just to talk a little bit about our process. Over our 22 years in executive recruitment, we've developed an understanding that there's 5 keys to a successful search, starting with a comprehensive understanding of the unique culture, needs, and desires of the organization and community, followed by dynamic state-of-the-art talent marketing that reaches a candidate pool in a way that engages and makes them interested in the opportunity. We also pride ourselves on candidate vetting that prevents surprises and ensures in-depth understanding of who candidates are, as well as ensuring candidate understanding of the organization and community to prevent withdrawals late in the process and to help ensure a successful conclusion. Finally, a process that is smooth, seamless, and user-friendly for both candidates and the client. We believe there are at least 3 key areas that set us apart from other firms. First, our firm is different from most because our team is made up of former local government professionals with decades of experience who intimately understand the challenges elected leaders and the Durango staff face. Second, because of our local government experience and connections, we have been able to curate a network of over 45,000 opt-in subscribers to our weekly e-newsletter who want to know what SGR has to say and what we're doing to help local governments meet the needs of their communities. Each of our searches is promoted in this weekly e-newsletter. Additionally, we have over 900 people who have requested to be notified of our searches for city attorney opportunities that would be notified of your opportunity. Third, any search firm can get you candidates. We work really hard to spend significant time at the front end of the process to make sure we have an in-depth understanding of your organization's culture, priorities, and needs so we can find and bring you the candidates so it'll be the best match for your organization and community. We're very proud of a number of partnerships that we have with organizations that exist to promote diversity and inclusion, including but not limited to the League of Women in Government, the Local Government Hispanic Network, and the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. Since 2016, 22% of the candidates we have placed are female, and 17% indicated they're a person of color. I tried to keep this really brief because I know you wanted us to get through this in 5 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and pause there and stop sharing my screen so that I can see you and answer any questions you may have.
And we'll open it up to council.
Thank you very much. Over the past several years, the responsibilities and complexity of the city have changed and grown and become more difficult. And I'm wondering if you will help us with improving the job description and duties for this candidate, as well as a salary range that might be more applicable to the requirements.
Absolutely. One of the things that we would request that you provide us is the current job description. And if we were to note anything that we might have some suggestions on or questions about, we would certainly work with you, typically working closely with the HR department to make any updates on that might be beneficial, as well as, giving you an idea on our thoughts on the salary range. We do have a formal service that does offer salary survey as part of the process, if that's something that you're interested in.
Wonderful, thank you. And as far as the longevity of your placements, do you have any data on that for us?
I do. Give me just a moment here. So all of the 6 attorneys that we've placed since 2019 are still presently employed with the organization that we placed them with. The last placement we made in 2016 was the attorney for Commerce City, Colorado. And I could have said if we had this presentation last month that he was still there, but he actually has just been selected as the general counsel for the Colorado Municipal League. So I think that puts his tenure at right about 6 years. And let's see, I think, this is obviously skewed by the number of searches that we've done even just this year, but the average tenure is over 3 years for all of our attorney placements.
And what about your placements in general?
In general, I don't have those stats available. We do offer an 18-month service guarantee, and if the chosen candidate is to leave for any reason during the first 18 months, we would redo the search for cost of expenses only, no additional professional fee. And I can tell you we have very few clients that have the need to take us up on that service guarantee. It does happen from time to time. The most recent one that I can think of was a situation where a candidate that was placed had a family emergency and had to relocate to another state. So we did end up redoing the search for the client in that case.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the presentation. It's unfortunate Mr. Gilly is not present, but I understand if he's traveling, it's pretty hard to connect. Your proposal actually answers several of the questions I had. The only one that I have left is there's a cost item that's not included in the price, which is advertising, and the price range is 1.7 thousand or 2,500 or that range. And I've seen higher prices. Is that a realistic number, or is that expected to be higher based on where we're located, or?
No, those are pretty standard price range. What we will do is, obviously all of the advertising that we're doing through our robust network is at no additional charge. Those are whether it's state specific or, national organizations that would be recommended. We would provide you with a list of recommended ad placements and have you tell us which sources you would like to place the ad in. And so those are pure pass-through costs. We would place all those advertisements on your behalf and just bill you whatever those sites charge us.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's nice to know that Larry is traveling to Colorado for a search and that he's directly involved. He will be our main point of contact day to day. There's no one else that'll kind of fill in that role.
That's correct. Each recruiter has an assigned recruitment coordinator who would be available anytime Larry was not, but our recruiters are incredible. They are very passionate about the work they do, and they are very available. Unless they're, at a client site or something, you're typically going to get a response within, an hour, if not sooner. And that even includes the weekends. So he will be very available, and I'm so sorry he couldn't be here today. He felt really bad, and we were hoping that we might be able to, push this meeting back a couple hours so that he would be available, but he's more than happy to, speak if you have any additional questions. I know it's hard not meeting the identified recruiter.
In your proposal, you have a list of supplemental services that is there. How often do city attorney searches need to utilize those? And do you have like a range of about what they usually use?
That's really up to you and your unique needs. Certainly through discussions that we have through this process, as well as once the recruiter starts engaging with you, if there's things that you would like to add, we certainly can. I would say in general, though, our standard process is pretty robust and should include most of the things that you would need. There's certainly those supplemental services that we could add on if so desired. I know we did some work with Fort Collins for their city manager search several months ago, and they wanted a lot of stakeholder engagement for that particular position. And so the recruiter ended up making multiple trips and longer trips. But I'd say in general, our standard process is pretty intensive.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us. And you did answer one of my questions already with the slides, so thank you. I really appreciate that. And that was well answered. And the other question I was asking and have been asking is, how can we best assist in this process to make it the most effective process that it can be?
That is such a great question. And I would say, one of the things we're seeing in this labor market is it's very competitive across the board. And it's really important to keep that process moving. So the one thing that can be a challenge sometimes with everyone's busy schedules is keeping that process moving. So I would just say, appointing a main point of contact to help with communication and making sure all the key stakeholders are informed is really a critical piece, and one that will help us make the best impression and with the candidates, and also increase the likelihood that they don't find another opportunity. I think one of the things that we really work hard to do through our process is, from the beginning, understanding what you're looking for and your unique needs. And, Larry's obviously got familiarity with Durango and knows the community and area, but I think those are the things that are super helpful when we're having discussions with prospective candidates, to keep them engaged in the process, to really get an understanding of, are they looking at other opportunities, or why are they interested in the Durango opportunity? Because those are the things that are going to help us, get this across the finish line and get the best match for you and the candidate.
Thank you so much.
And I have a question on just length of time to do the process, and it seems as though you're extremely thorough, and I wondered if you actually could also share what's the longest it's ever taken to fill a search.
Well, I would say the longest goes back to my answer to the previous question. Sometimes there's unexpected delays. We recognize that, our clients are all very busy, and you've got a number of competing priorities. And so I'd say if there's any delays, it's typically because the organization has, is managing other priorities and has had to, make delays for a variety of different reasons. Our standard process, it's a pretty standard. Once the search gets launched, it's about 12 weeks. From that point on, certainly most candidates are actively working, and so it's not uncommon for them to need to give at least 30 days notice once they are offered the position. So that kind of is a typical idea of the time frame.
Okay, thank you. On that, I think thank you for presenting, and we will be discussing and hopefully reaching a decision later during the council meeting later this evening. So we hope to get back with this election yet tonight.
Wonderful. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. So from that, we're going to move to new business, future new business, and review of agendas. I did want to point out the agenda for December 6th. I want to make sure people are aware of what we're talking about. We'll be going over the comprehensive parking master plan with more detail. We'll be doing discussion regarding pickleball design at Snyder Park and the capital improvement projects update for public works. So that is what is currently on the agenda for December, first meeting in December, the only meeting in December, I believe. So does anyone have new business items, future new business they would like to bring up?
I have two items. The first one, during the November 1st City Council meeting, we had an executive session during which we met with the interim city attorney regarding two legal cases that were filed against the city, one by a resident and one by an attorney, related to litigation and settlement offers. During this meeting, and I won't go into detail because it was an executive session, it was stated that direction was given to the interim city attorney by the former city attorney. So upon completion of that executive session, no motion was made or no discussion took place in a public setting. So I had confirmed with the interim city attorney afterwards to gain a better understanding of that direction that was given by the former city attorney and if it took place in a public setting. And I have not received a confirmation that that took place. And obviously this is a bit more complex because the former city attorney left at relatively short notice and the current interim city attorney had very little time to be fully informed. Nonetheless, since these two legal cases may have different approaches, I believe it is beneficial that our public interest has access and is aware of any direction that council provides or has provided, as well as potentially that we have a legal obligation to do so in a public setting. So my question is, if council agrees to this observation, or if there's some additional information that I fail to acknowledge here, and if we need to address this in a public setting.
Yes, please.
Yes, I have a response made last week, which I'd like to provide to
Please.
City Council, and it's a privileged document. And so I guess I would ask that the City Council consider that privileged document. I don't know if you need to table it for this purposes of this meeting, but you may want to consider it before you act on that.
I think getting access to your privileged, confidential and privileged information would be helpful, at least for me. I'm looking for other counsel. And I would like to read that for myself before I make any response.
Absolutely.
So I don't know that because this is new business, it's not making it just anything there. So I think that we need to receive that later and have an opportunity to weigh it, the advice that you provide, and then can bring it up possibly at the next city council meeting for further discussion or next study session. But without access to your council, I'm not in a position to discuss the appropriateness.
Great.
Any other views? Can we, can we get this door closed? Thank you. So I'm because people are just shaking their heads, I will say that it looks as though all four other counselors are supportive of reading the information and then discussing it at a future time.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Speak.
All right. Is there any, I have some new business that people, oh,
I think I have
I'm
one
sorry.
more.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. The second topic is the email from the CRC following their meeting that was, I can't remember the date of the meeting, but the email was on October 28th about the issue of the post, the graphic that was made by city staff celebrating Happy Columbus Day on October 10th. Even though the city had designated this as Indigenous Peoples' Day since 2016, the Facebook post was corrected along with a comment by city staff. Nonetheless, many people were and are still heard along with their concerns of our DEI and the post. And the CRC is requesting an explicit public apology from City Council.
So what's your request?
If this council is willing to make an explicit public apology as requested by the CRC.
My view on this is that we made an apology online. I did not do the post, but I can understand how people make mistakes. We all make mistakes all the time. And when I apologize for it, for mistakes I make, then I hope that people take that sincerely. It was a new employee. It was, they didn't know the policy. Their old policy was to do both. I think City Council has proven that they stand behind our DEI efforts. It's one of our strategic plan main focuses. We fund it, we support it. I don't think that there's any question in my mind where City Council stands on the support for DEI. I feel like we've done an apology. I was trying to pull it up to read it because I thought it was very well written. We took it down immediately upon realization, and I feel like I am completely fine with that route.
So I will say that I think that the apology that was made was not for the post. It was made for the confusion and misunderstanding that the post created. So I think the apology could have been much more specific to the activity, which might be helpful. Council set a policy about it being Indigenous Peoples' Day. I don't believe previous councils ever set a policy saying it also wasn't Columbus Day, so I don't know that. But staff failed to follow council policy. So I believe that this is a staff and organizational challenge. Council has a policy. So I think that that's where I stand on that.
Councilor Bosman's, what's your opinion?
Let's finish the whole round and then I'll go at the end since I brought it up.
My position is that I think an apology was made. And I have always, and I think it was a legitimate error. It wasn't intentional, it wasn't meant to hurt or harm. Apology was made by staff, it was corrected, it was taken down immediately. I would much rather move forward in a productive manner, focusing on the good work that we do in our DEI efforts.
I was gonna.
Oh, no, I will go after you. I brought it up, so please go ahead.
So, I recognize that we all have different views, and I'll start by saying, I think it's important to acknowledge the ancestral nature of this community and the heritage there. I also do believe, though, that mistakes are made, and when a mistake is made, then the best thing is to apologize immediately, which I do believe took place. To Councilor Baxter's point, I do agree that it was more apology for, an error or a miscommunication. But I do believe that best effort was made to recognize the error and to go forward with that. I'm much more interested in how we can continue to make certain that our policies are acknowledged going forward, and that's probably a discussion with staff. So that's my interest.
Yeah, I first of all appreciate city staff correcting and apologizing for that post. I think a public apology from council shows that we as a council also take ownership and show our commitment to DEI. In my opinion, an apology is appropriate, and this would not be, it shouldn't be complicated due to personal issues or friction. Even though the damage has been done, it's a path to move forward in a very easy way, constructive way, and actually work on addressing and supporting all the DEI work and issues in our community. And since there is a 3 or 4 council direction to not make that public apology as council, I think it's okay. Let's move forward in that way. And it is Native American Heritage Month, so let's work towards improving.
Any additional feedback?
Oh, not feedback. I don't.
Okay. I did want to actually also raise one item, and that is with the interim city manager. I want to make certain everybody's aware we're going to be doing the evaluation.
Interim
City
city
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Keeps getting me a little nervous on the side, just saying.
Right. With the city manager, we'll be doing the evaluation. Now, in Tony's case, we usually do the evaluation. We also talk about goals in the same time period in executive session. and kind of the workload, how are things going. So we are scheduling the city managers, I believe, for the 12th, is that correct? Of December. And in Tony, in the city, interim city attorney's case, we would also set that up for the 12th. It would be a time to talk about the evaluation process and future goals and his work plan, and possibly some prioritization from council. So that is, I'd like to set that up for the 12th as well.
Do you know what time we're talking about?
I think Kyle is setting that up. So she would be working on the time. So that's just the future.
Like I said, the same day, like lumping them all in the same day would be ideal, but until we know a time, whatever.
Right. There was, the latest email had two options, but I don't think we finalized exactly when.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when it is.
But there's support for having an executive, going into, considering an executive session to meet with the interim city attorney to go over goals and work plan. Sure. Thank you.
We have a 4:30 URA board meeting, I believe that.
It was,
Did we cancel?
It was canceled. Yeah. Right, and then Jose, you had a future.
Yes, I'd like to see if there's support from the council, just to make sure staff and council are aligned in regards to the reallocation of the lodger's tax. We've kind of gone back and forth looking at the last conversations, and there's been subsequent conversations in regards to, is that something that the council would be looking to do possibly in October? I'm sorry, in the April, but it was all dependent also about what happened in our lodger's tax election that just happened, I guess it was last week.
Yes.
Last week. So what I'd like to do is on the December 6th on an operational update, kind of put the timeline as we see fit of if that is still the council's direction, what we would need to do to get it accomplished of reallocation by April. If it's not, we'll immediately have our direction, but I want to make sure that I just have direction on that and that I'm clear. It wasn't quite clear from a couple conversations ago. I think there was a bit of interest and possibly considering a reallocation in April if the election was successful. So I would look at just placing that on a city operational update in December, kind of laying out a time frame if that was something that the council wanted to do, what would need to be done, the steps that would need to be taken to make sure that staff's not working specifically on a possible reallocation. It's not the direction of the council. So I'm looking for a little more clarity on.
And then would you, based on that timeline, would you schedule those meetings for us to have that conversation if we chose that that's what we wanted to do?
In that meeting, what I would look at is just kind of showing a timeline of kind of here's what we would need, here's when the election would need to happen, or we would need to have an election called by. Here's some of the information that we would still need to have outstanding, that we would need more clarification on our direction on specifically and how that might want to be reallocated. But just wanting to make sure before I go through beginning to set that motion up, that the majority of the council was still wanting to head towards that direction.
I think we can put it on the agenda if the agenda is not too full.
I'm fine discussing it and kind of talking about it. I'm concerned because April does, if it's a December, seem so fast. And I'm still of the mindset, like, we need to get the lodging community, the arts and culture community, like everyone on board the same way we did before. Yeah, I'm just still like not, does that make sense?
It does, and just what I'm looking for is just to do
more community engagement, because we kind of threw this out there, just seeing what was gonna happen, which was great. And so like that community engagement piece, and I don't know, I just would rather, instead of rushing it to the April election, like do it right and make sure that we have all stakeholders involved and support and make sure the community, like this is what they want, like, and it's a balance, of course, like everything is. And so that's where I continue to sit. And I think that's what I've always said throughout this. And so but yes, I'm not opposed to a conversation, of course.
Yeah, I'm actually wanting to look at our options for funding sources kind of more holistically in a more comprehensive manner. We've talked about piecemealing several different things. I'm very thankful that 2A passed, don't get me wrong, and that's great. And I think that I'm happy with the allocations of which it will fund. But I'm interested in looking at conversations around, a potential 2005 reauthorization, a potential, if it's determined that there's support to reallocate the lodger's tax and any other, and potentially the library district. I kind of want to look, my desire is to look at it more comprehensively. And so having these piecemeal conversations to me is not as effective. So I actually don't support it. But of course, I'll have the conversation if council supports it. And we can look at it in a piecemeal way. But that's what I'm hoping to do at some point, is look at everything and all of our, how we meet all of our goals and objectives all at once at some point.
Yeah, I think that one of the things we haven't done is set some priorities. And when we set those priorities, set the magnitude of the financial support for those priorities. And I think, to your point, Melissa, that's kind of what you're saying, is that we need to say, so for this type of enterprise, what kind of funding is needed, and then what are the options for getting it. And I don't know if it's our top 3 priorities that we have that conversation about, or exactly how that works, but because that way we have kind of what does it take to make that priority happen financially? And then we can go, okay, so how do we create that financial support?
Right.
And it goes back to all the options we have, whether it's the opportunity fund and the general fund, whether it's 2005, whether it's lodger's tax, whatever it is. But once we have that bigger picture of where do we want to go and how do we, how much funding does it need to achieve the goal? And I think it's an easier conversation.
I love that. I think that's great. I think exactly what you say is great. And it kind of, when is our strategic plan?
We're trying to finalize some dates on it and kind of go through a plan. I'll have an email out to the council here probably in the next week, what my thoughts were.
Because I feel like that would be a perfect time to kind of evaluate our goals and what we think our top priorities are. It makes sense. And then filter down into okay, now that this is our top goals, how do we fund them? I think that makes perfect sense to me.
So I'd just like to weigh in with my view, which is, I actually think we have an opportunity. Again, I don't want it to be rushed, but 60% of the population voting to not use this funding for the original purposes as much, I think is a statement to us. And so I think, of course, I want to do something in a thorough way, but I think there's an opportunity in April to see what the voters think about our allocations and if there's something else that makes more sense to our voters, because we have talked about this for 2 years, because it was a very close vote in 2019 and we talked about it. So I don't want to lose this one opportunity for waiting. And I do agree with the bigger comprehensive and the need for that. But I think this is a way to say, we heard you with resounding. There was no organized campaign on this. I mean, it was people just were voting with, how they felt. So I don't see any harm in hearing what a potential time frame might look like. And I think it will also help us to prioritize, to have to think about what is important to be funded.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think they're exclusive of each other. I think knowing a time frame, I think we should know that anyway. Just like we should know for the 2005. I think we should know the timeframes. And I don't think they're exclusive. I don't think having this conversation about priorities and funding stops us from hitting an April timeframe if that's what we choose to do.
Okay.
I think from what I hear, I'll change my suggestion, my position. It seems that we need a little bit more information. And so my preference would be to make sure we have that information and make it a future, not the next one, but another longer out. I mean,
so just
we're better informed and address some of the data that council needs.
if I can, and I think this is where the reason I'm looking for the next meeting is I'm not looking at this meeting to we wouldn't be prepared to say, hey, here's our thoughts on reallocation of everything else. What I need to know is, because as I've reviewed some of the meetings, it hasn't been quite clear where the council stands, whether they want to take a look at the April as a reallocation. So I wanted to be able to present a time frame. If that's what we were looking for, here's what I would need, and then allow the council to give me direction whether to, yes, let's move forward to try to make that April, or no, we don't want to go down that road. My fear is, and I don't want to run out with you all, is that if we push it and we get to January and then come back and say, there's no way we're gonna be able to make in April and that opportunity is missed. I want to make sure that there wasn't a majority of council that wanted that opportunity. So I'm wanting to make sure I'm in line. So it's not where I would look at a very long discussion, but just as a time frame of here's what it would take to do an April reallocation if the council was interested in that. And if that is what they are, I can start making plans from a staff perspective to start setting those things up to make it happen. If the council at that point says, you know what, the time frame for whatever reason isn't it, Jose, focus on other things, I can do that too. I just don't want to miss that opportunity where we get too far into the year and I'm like, council, I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what y'all were looking for.
Well, our conversation about priorities and funding can be put into that timeframe at any, at the right point to still make that timeframe. So knowing the timeframe, I think, is important. And I think we should have that priorities and funding conversation no matter what our choice is, because that's what's going to direct our strategic our strategic plan and where we go forward with our budget next year. So I think it's critical to have that conversation.
I'm happy supporting you having a timeline conversation, because even if you're giving us a timeline for April, we can utilize that for November, or we can utilize that for next April. Like, at least we know and we have that information. So I'm fine with that. And then additionally, I'm hoping I can see with that timeline, okay, where does our strategic plan fit into that? Does that make sense or does it not make sense? Does it make sense with 2005 does it make sense or does it make sense for me to think November would be a better time if we decide to go that route, or next April, whatever it is. I don't know. That's
So I'm hearing 3, support at least getting us the schedule of what it would need and then giving you that direction. And I appreciate you asking for the direction. So that's what
Well, and I also heard at least 3 that were supportive of having a prioritization and funding conversation.
But that's like strategic plan. I'm thinking longer, not in December. I want this one short with our.
But I just want to make sure we don't lose that.
Very good. Anything else? So on the schedule, and this is going to be a long day, we are set actually to allow not quite a 10-minute break, but I believe to be back here by 2:30, and that clock said 3:20. So about a 7-minute break. And we will come back with the reconciliation. We have an hour for that and an hour for the homeless strategic plan.
Great.
7-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Sorry.
Okay, so what we have now is budget reconciliation. I want us to stay on the task of reconciling the budget, not necessarily the process or things along that way, but what are the issues? And Devin, I believe what I'm going to suggest is actually, in the interest of time, perhaps you take us through it. And you have probably what, a 20-minute presentation, 30-minute?
Yes.
And council, or would council prefer to ask questions page by page? But I want to make certain we get through this and have the clarity.
I think it's gonna depend on what gets said for questions,
Okay.
probably. I can understand waiting till the end to do that, but I also understand doing it participatorily. So.
All right, so then we have an hour with a possibility of a 5-minute extension to get us out in time. Because I think the homeless discussion may also need that amount. So
It's my sister.
please take whatever you need to do.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Schmidt, Budget Strategic Plan Officer. So today we are at the City Manager's reconciled budget presentation. I will take council through the changes that were not previously presented at the November 1st study session. So to put that point of clarification. So as we're looking at what we're going to walk through today, we'll start with combined summary changes from November 1st. Just those three funds there. General fund, general services, transportation services, water operating, airport operating, trash and recycle, Durango Renewal Partnership, and the 2015 Parks and Movement. I did want to add, as we presented previously at the budget retreat, we showed a few comparison cities that compare to the city of Durango. Since then, staff and our team has been working to look at other cities to try and see how we compare as it relates to some of our structures and the services that we provide. So what we found is, once again, that there's not a lot of places that are like Durango, if any, in that it seems that Durango appears to be more in line with some of the bigger municipalities and the services we provide. So and that would have to do likely because of the remote area that Durango sits, as well as Durango isn't just a mountain town or a ski resort. It's home for many folks. So we have been working on that research to kind of go through and show that comparison information for council, as I know it was kind of a question there. So. And then moving on, I did include this slide, and this information was really included to articulate the differences in some of those structures. And so many cities may have a museum fund or a public education fund or a golf course fund or even a cemetery fund or a tree fund. My favorite is the Kids First Fund. That sounds really neat. I'm not sure what it's for, but sounds great. So really, it's really no city is the same as it relates, and the services vary from municipality to municipality. So just wanted to add that point of clarification. So as we're diving in, I will take council through the previous funds that we haven't already discussed on November 1st. So the general fund, that does reflect changes, and I will walk through council for that on those upcoming slides. The grant fund does not have any changes since reconciliation. The Housing Innovation Fund reflects no changes. The road impact fee fund reflects no changes from reconciliation. However, it does reflect the changes from the November 1st meeting, and that staff pulled out that $1 million transfer that was going to go towards debt service for Florida Road. Lodgers tax fund changes reflect better estimates for revenues and expenditures. So staff is always reviewing those revenues and expenditures to see how much funding is available. So that does reflect that change. Conservation Trust Fund, no changes. Storm Drain Fund, no changes. And the Durango Renewal Partnership does reflect $600,000 from an appropriation of a project in 22 that's moving in forward into 2023. Moving on, the general services reflects changes. We'll go through those. SERP has no changes. Self-insurance reflects the changes as it relates to the per employee per month and some of those plan design changes. Risk management fund reflects changes to revenues, and that's really to cover the expenditures and the costs that we receive for the workers' comp and the liability. Tech fund, no changes. Building maintenance fund, no changes. The water fund does reflect revenue changes, and that's as a result of the water rate decrease. And then the rate structure, as well as Durango experienced a pretty wet summer, so wanted to reflect those revenues as staff is forecasting. Sewer fund reflects changes for the loan, and we did discuss that last meeting. And the airport fund reflects changes as it relates to revenues, as well as some additional areas, and we will walk through what those are. And finally, the 2015 sales tax fund does reflect changes from the proposed budget. The 2019 does as well. Capital projects fund does not reflect changes from reconciliation. Actually, it does, excuse me, it reflects the changes as it relates to revenue. So that transfer from the general fund is not occurring. The 2005 does not. And the water capital fund, sewer capital, airport, trash and recycle capital, and does not. The 2007 tax bond debt fund, the 07, does reflect those changes from the first that I had already discussed as it relates to that $1 million transfer. So for council, this is just taking us again back through what we looked at on November 1st. So this is bringing this proposal back to what was actually proposed at October 18th during the budget retreat. So what this is doing is it's not having that $1 million transfer in for the road impact fee funds. And staff is working on providing a list of what roads are eligible for those road impact fee funds, and we could come back with an amendment early in 2023. Debt fund, again, same, no changes since reconciliation there. Lodgers tax fund. So lodgers tax does reflect the changes in the projected collections and revenue, as well as the expenses from the October 18th meeting. I apologize, this is small. I do have printouts in front of you if that helps kind of see that information. But as council and the folks listening online can see the differences between proposed and reconciliation, as well as that variance there. So some of the changes that were reflected here was pulling out the $30,000 for the drone show, since that increase had already happened for community special events. And then from the November 1st meeting, council had requested to see kind of the beginning fund balance, the deferred revenues, the ending fund balance, and then finally less that deferred revenues. I did want to make a note here for folks is this fund balance policy is inclusive of this amount here, that 1.3. Just apologize for that point of confusion there. Probably could have been a little bit clearer there, but this is not in addition to, that's part of that information. So
Are there questions on the lodgers tax? Because I know Councilor Baxter, you had some that you expressed prior to the meeting in writing, sharing with us.
Yes. And I think this slide isn't very clear because there's about $1 million in the ending fund balance that is not delineated into what it is. And we know that like about 554,000 of it, I think, is from the previous lodgers tax.
that's correct.
And I think it would be really helpful to actually take that 2.3 million, subtract out the 1.3, which is the deferred revenues, and then break down what the rest of it is. That was my question. And I probably didn't ask it very well. So I apologize for that. So if you could just follow up with that for informational purposes, I would appreciate it. Because I think that'll be important for our upcoming conversations.
And I have a question, and if I missed it through all the emails, my apology. With the passage of the 2A, I'm looking to the city manager. When will you be bringing that to council? How to spend that money? Will we be doing that yet this year, or will we be doing it as a budget adjustment?
Probably doing is a budget adjustment
Okay.
on that one, and we don't have a time frame specifically right now exactly when we'll bring it to the council, but as we get together here, it should be within by January for sure.
Okay. So we anticipate in January some recommendations for spending the 2A money that was passed. That's good. I think the public needs to hear that, and I think it will be clearer on this sheet then.
Right, absolutely, because then those deferred revenues would obviously be available for some.
Well, only the 2021.
Right.
Any questions else on this? Do you have a sense of how to adjust this, that based on Kim's suggestion?
I do, yes, and if it's all right with council, we would include that in the adopted budget book, just at that point of clarification, and I can certainly send that out.
Yeah, if you send it out, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So general fund CIP, this does reflect the changes as it relates to the removing that transfer. So that 977,000 in revenues that was coming from the general fund, based on the ending fund balance for the estimated ending fund balance, it's not necessary to make that transfer. In addition, staff had previously presented council with $150,000 for the powerhouse. It sounded like council's appetite was for that to come back later as an amendment. So that has since been pulled out since November 1st. Okay, general fund revenue. So two changes here. So one is county joint sales tax. So that reflects an increase of $7,011. That was from the joint meeting with the county commissioners where they provided the funding for the library. And then the reduction in lodger's tax with that admin fee. So looking at what we think we're going to collect for 2022 and 2023, that results in a small reduction there in those revenues. Moving on to general fund expenditures. So there are obviously quite a few changes here, and this has to do with the per employee per month. In the 2024 budget, HR is working with the budget team, and they will be switching over a mid-year renewal. So likely we wouldn't have all of these reflected changes in reconciliation. So that's something that'll be exciting for us with that information. So unless the preceding slide follows this, the changes in blue are really related to that per employee per month insurance adjustment. So summary of revenue versus expenditures. Not a lot of changes here. I know council had requested that we add some information in here as it relates to 2021 and 2022 estimate, as well as what's projected and what's in those assigned reserved fund balances. So just wanted to note that change has been reflected as well.
And if I may, I'd just like to point out that between 2021 actuals and 2022 estimates, there's a decrease of $1.2 million in the opportunity reserve. So we kind of talked about this briefly about having the budget, the general fund be sustained within its own revenues rather than pulling from an opportunity reserve when council hasn't had a discussion about policy for that. So that was challenging for me. But then the difference between 2022 and the proposed 2023 is 283,000. So I'm hoping that that kind of situation has been remedied and that we look at how we affect these things and get a policy, not necessarily specific about what happens with the opportunity reserve, but the concept of an opportunity reserve in place.
Would you see that being discussed as part of the strategic planning as we think about things?
I would say in the conversation about priorities and funding, it would be a great place for that. I see that actually prior to strategic planning, because having those priorities and funding kind of not solidified or totally decided upon, but the concept of that would help us with the strategic plan rather than having the strategic plan have to take longer to have that conversation. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, so city council does reflect changes as it relates to the city attorney recruitment, as well as the per employee per month insurance changes. City attorney, so this is reflective of the assistant city attorney interim appointment, as well as contractual legal for outside council needs in 2023. Human resources regraded the recruitment specialist request and a restructure within the department with the new human resources director. So that reflects that dollar amount as well. In development services, this also reflects the per employee per month, as well as $550 for cell phone needs. In recreation, staff did reduce the $10,000 that was going to be utilized for a ski replacement, since that was approved October 18th by the lodger's tax dollars. as well as employee per. That one's pretty much static unless, so I won't keep mentioning. Fire, so this is actually based on the assessment from the county fire district and that capital contribution, as well as the specific operating taxes. That's part of the contract with the fire district.
So I asked a question about the professional services fee increasing so much, and your response was that it had to do with specific ownership taxes for motor vehicles.
Yes.
Did we really get that much more motor vehicle registration between 2021, 2022 and 2023? I mean, that's a huge increase. What's pushing that forecast?
So we work with the finance director of Durango Fire Protection District for their requests, and then we place it into the budget based on that information. I could certainly get some more detail as to why that forecast amount is that, and we can certainly provide that information back to council.
Yeah, because that doesn't seem like a rational increase to me. I can't imagine that we tripled the number of vehicle registrations, or we will triple the number of vehicle registrations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Municipal court, this includes the cost allocation, or I'm sorry, the COLA adjustment for the judge, as requested by council. City clerk, so this reallocates the remaining expenditures for on-base migration fees, and that's to be finished in 2023, and that amount is 30,000. Media and community engagement, this was a request to allocate all the PEG funds to be spent in 2023. PEG funds are currently listed in special reserve in the general fund, so those would be spent in 2023 capital purchases. And non-departmental, I've already discussed this, but it's that reduce the capital fund, that transfer of 977,000. Workers' comp and unemployment to the risk fund with an increase, as well as the liability insurance to the risk fund, and then the old higher police COLA adjustment. And SURF, this only reflects the health insurance billing with the per employee per month. General services, department changes and staffing, as well as health insurance with the billing with the per employee per month. In transportation services fund, this is a reduction of revenue and the estimate for the lodger's tax transfer. But the transportation services fund is also looking to receive a ZEV transition plan state grant of $40,000. The per employee per month change, the transition plan state grant, so that's a 50-50 match. The reallocation for the MTP update to be completed in 2023. The general services transfer, workers' comp and unemployment to the risk fund, as well as liability insurance transfers to the risk fund. And this is the summary of changes there. So as council can see, you can see proposed and then reconciled, as well as that budget.
So the payment for the Wilson Gulch bond comes out of the transportation services fund? If you go back to your previous slide here. It says non-departmental payments Wilson Gulch debt.
It says that here.
From the pie chart.
Yeah, it's on the right hand side.
Oh, gosh, no, sorry. What this is reflecting is, this is our effective infrastructure network by strategic plan goal. So you'll see there as airport water, trash and recycle. That Wilson Gulch debt was identified as effective infrastructure network as budgeting by strategic plan. So this is what that pie chart showing is just the percentage that transportation exists in effective infrastructure network.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry for that confusion.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry.
Okay, so moving on to water operating, with the water sales residential rate reduction, we're looking at 878,000 for 842, as well as a commercial rate reduction there, and that has to do with those fees, the utility fees being reduced by with council support. The per employee per month, the workers' comp and unemployment to the risk fund, the general services transfer, and the liability insurance transfer to the risk fund. And those changes are outlined in that variance column as well. In the airport fund, so a lot of revenue updates here. So we've got the landing fees, miscellaneous, the landing fees with the signatory airlines, the parking permit revenue, the updated terminal rentals with the airlines, and then the other revenue with the airport rate changes. And then expenditures, we have it per employee per month. We've got salaries with the wage benchmarking impacts as well as 2%. Retirement and wage benchmarking impacts with that as well, the workers' comp and unemployment for the risk fund, FICA for part-time employees, liability insurance with that transfer to the risk fund, and the Medicare wage benchmarking impacts as well as that 2%. And again, all those changes are reflected in the budget variance column.
I have a question on this, Devin.
Sure.
That we know that there's a ending fund balance of 11.9 million, close to 12 million. But I think it's important for us to be able to remind folks of the big construction projects that are underway or will be starting in 2023. Is there any way, without making more work, to capture that so that it, you know, we're showing that we're not just collecting all this money, we've got big projects in the queue?
Certainly we definitely show that as it relates to kind of those capital projects, that listing there. I believe Tom and his group are going to look to do a big highlight of all of the CIP projects that were forthcoming in 2023 and try and do that. So I think we could certainly incorporate that into that piece, if that would be helpful.
I just wanted to keep in mind that we're not just collecting money to run up the account.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
In trash, recycle, and sustainability, so there was an expenditure moving forward of $5,000 for the green grant, the per employee per month, workers' compensation with unemployment to the risk fund, liability insurance transfers to the risk fund, and then general services transfer as well. And again, those changes are reflected in the budget variance column.
And again, we have the same issue with this, that we're looking at an expanded facility or something, and that's why the reserve or not the ending fund balance is so high.
Well, it's not so high, it's increasing.
It's increasing for that purpose.
Yes.
Correct.
In the Durango Renewal Partnerships, we have the reallocation of $600,000 for the North Main Gateway, as well as pass through to the other taxing entities tip revenue of $45,000. In the 2015 Parks and Multimodal, couple project changes here. So you'll see that the estimate column was updated, as well as the 23 proposed and the 23 reconciled. That's reflective of where those projects are sitting, and that is for the crossing design, the Midtown Safety Connectivity Improvement Design, and the 32nd Street Traffic Calming Connectivity Design. So those are 3 projects that are have a little bit of changes there in reconciliation. And so this concludes my presentation. So next steps tonight, we have the public hearing on the first reading of the ordinance. So that'll be read at the meeting tonight. December 6th is the second hearing, and then followed by 2 budget appropriations for operating and capital with those resolutions. I did want to make a note for the public that on our website, we do have all of the summary, fund summaries as in the adopted budget, should council approve that on December 6th. And that staff will continue to refine the pages and the narratives until that's due to DOLA and GLCOA on January 31st. We'll print books at that time and provide those to council. So I can stop sharing and open up for questions, or leave it up in case I need to go back and reference.
Leave it up.
Okay.
So go back and reference.
Certainly.
Any questions that weren't covered on the individual pages?
Great. That's good.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Done a good job.
Yeah,
Excellent
very
job.
nice.
Thank you.
So that means 35 minutes ahead of schedule. But our presenters are not necessarily here and the public's not necessarily here. So I do have a concern about that because I do believe that some people may want to have shown up. An option would be to proceed, recognizing that we are ahead of schedule, or to take a break and come back at 3:30 for that discussion.
I believe Ann and Cynthia will be here at 3:15. But that could be a no-brainer.
It's a 20-minute break. Council, do you have some thoughts?
I would like Ann and Cynthia to be here for the presentation. I think that's super
I
important.
think it's important.
It's kind of,
What is the order of presentation?
that's it. It's the housing.
It's the housing.
But is it only Anne that's presenting or are you presenting?
They're all presenting together, I believe.
Is that so? Yeah.
Yes, Anne was going to be a part of it.
And she won't be here till 3:50. So you could take some time and do emails and phone calls, Word.
Perfect.
And we will, so those are just joining, we are ahead of schedule. But we do not want to start until we have Anne present, and we understand she can be here about 3:15. So what we will do is take a break until 3:15, come back, and then proceed with the presentation and the questions and the direction that has been requested of council. So on that, we are not adjourning, we are just taking a 20-minute break.
Yeah, you should. Robert, I did. That's
Right.
But you know what? You will be. Yeah, I know. There's limits.
We have to take one.
Yeah. At most 5 points.
We do have the words. That's what it is.
Why don't you take a, Cynthia, why don't you sit here in the front row though, in case Ian has a specifics question? She'll be right here and you can just pop right in, like a little bit of. You can hear about 3 or 4. Budget. Just a few more.
But if there's anything I feel like you would have, like, I need to find out it. I mean, I'm on the plane. I definitely found it. But I'm just saying, if I don't want anything, like I just feel like family and people less people like. I'm not there. Thank you.
Still. All tax five.
But I feel mostly good about it. Yeah. I read some on the phone.
Yeah, it's already $2. It's raining. Ready to go.
No, we're waiting. We're just staring at you.
Okay.
Guys are being epic, sorry.
But then you're gonna try to call her.
Yeah, she's on the way. She'll be here.
She'll be here any second. Said 5 minutes at the most and then the most.
Do you give her a chance? Here she is. Get in right.
So unusual that we're ahead of time.
I know. What a lovely bit
On
of.
budget. Like, I want to have to.
Hi, Ann.
Okay, we will reconvene. Thank you. Thank you. So, in addition to the folks that we started around the table, I'm going to go around again, just to have you introduce yourselves. Because we have new people here, and we'll talk an opening to this discussion. So Barb Noseworthy, Mayor.
Melissa Youssef, Mayor Pro Tem.
Olivier Bosman, City Councilor.
Erin Hyder, Assistant City Manager.
Jose Madrigal, City Manager.
Ann Morris, Director of Humana.
Luke Alvey Henderson, Library Director.
Jessica Buell, City Councilor.
Kim Baxter, City Councilor.
Bob Brammer, Chief of Police.
Thank you. So Ann, thank you. I just want to kind of set a little bit of discussion, set the stage for the discussion today. Ann and I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago where you said you're really approaching a deadline, some deadlines. And by the end of this month, you really do need a sense of council support for the the tier 2, which is now moving up to tier 1 in the plan, the homelessness plan. So that's why I brought it to council's attention. And that's part of the discussion today. I know you're going to do a presentation, and that will probably bring us in, guide us in some of that discussion. I'm going to ask that you do your full presentation first, and then we allow as much time as possible for questions, keeping in mind that at the end, you need a sense of direction from us. I recognize that. And I also want to say that we really do need to stop by just before 4:45. Okay? So because people have to do some other things. On that note, welcome. And who's going to drive this? Luke. Okay.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for making the time for us to do this. I want to thank everyone here who's with the CCH. They were valuable in helping get the information to do this. Everyone here who's from the Unhoused Cross-Functional Team. This was a group effort to develop this, and specifically Ann, who we worked with last week, going over slide by slide to work together. And again, yes, this is a presentation intended to answer some of the previous questions, provide background, some of the best practices overviews, and cost information that was asked for as best as we could get based on some of the issues with getting direct numbers so that it could facilitate a conversation. So background, the Athena Strategic Plan on Homelessness, working with PATH, the Planning and Action Team on Homelessness, was written in 2019, and it was approved in 2020. The reason needed for immediate action in 2019, it doubled the number of homelessness unhoused in the community from 91 to 192. And as we saw from the last count that was done by Nina and Project Moxie, Neighbors in Need Alliance, that could be up to about 400 in the greater county area. So that kind of doubling has now happened twice. So the idea that it is still a very present issue and still a very necessary corrective is still on everyone's minds. Something to note is the members of PATH, if you look at the 2020 strategic plan, later on went to largely be the Coordinating Council on Homelessness. So there was very good buy-in and direction from the community to that group, to the plan, and now putting that plan in action. That was established in July 2021, so they're just a little over a year old. Since then, there have been multiple action plan updates to the strategic plan, all of which are in the packet and all of which largely inform some of the information we present here. So this is the original actionable management plans, tier 1 objectives. As you can see, there are multiple strategy leads in which the city/county has a large proportion in. If you look at the colors there, and most of those stay the same with the addition of the action plan, making suggestions to move some things that were originally tier 2 to tier 1. And we do have, based on the last action plan, some of the updates of where those goals are going. Now, this looks a little different from the action plan. I've cut and pasted, all the new items are at the end, so that if we need to go back and look at those at the end of this presentation and ask questions directly, they can. But for at the end of the presentation, if you have any specific questions about a specific initiative, we have a lot of members of CCH here that can hopefully be able to give you specifics of what that means for those updates. Another change I made is I highlighted everywhere where the city is a partner. And so this is just continuing on the rest of housing and shelter into health and other support services. And some of the other things, connected community, safe and clean community. We see a lot of city involvement already. And this is the new suggestions of moving tier 2 to tier 1, where I say currently not approved by council. That is what part of this facilitated discussion is hoped to achieve. What of the strategic plan do we currently support, and changes do we currently support? The major one, of course, being the permanent managed camp, moved from tier 2 to tier 1, but there's some other very important information in there, which we can go at as much detail as you'd like in the question period. So just a brief overview of what a managed community, which we are now kind of using the term instead of camp, because camp has unfortunately got a really negative connotation, we feel. But the difference from an unmanaged camp is managed communities have registration, rules and residency requirements, standardized living structures, whether they are standardized tents or shelter units like the pallet shelter or other community shelters, on-site security and staff. But one thing we like to highlight every time we talk about these is they are not ever been intended to serve all needs. That's one of the strongest criticisms we hear about managed communities. It's not going to solve problem X, Y, or Z. It's not intended to. It's meant to be transitional housing that leads to permanent housing. And so it is intended to have a specific solution and design for such. Location challenges. So at the special session where council suggested, or directed to city staff that we do not look at locations that are next to schools or parks. This shows you that if you used a half-mile radius for that, as you guys assumed would be the case, it would put it outside of city boundaries. So that is just a location challenge for that we would be looking outside of city boundaries, which when we've been looking for permanent managed camps, that tended to be the reality of what we were finding with proposed solutions. All right, management models. So it sometimes get brought up, if we build a camp, who will manage it? Under the current strategic plan, it looks at a third party managing it. Neighbors in Need Alliance is currently attached to that, but we just wanted to look and see, are there communities where the city is doing direct management of it? We weren't able to find a specific example where that was happening, where it was city staff managing it. And we were finding that, everything we could find was run by a third-party nonprofit and or faith-based. And we looked at breaking those apart, where some of the best practices with nonprofit-led were, some of those listed. And where we looked at best practices, they were able to actually reduce the unsheltered, unhoused count and productively. It did not lead to an increase, it led to a decrease. And the same thing with the faith-based we pulled. I was able to find a study that was done in 2017, and of all the organizations they looked at, 60% of emergency shelter beds were provided by faith-based organizations. And I know we've, as a community, looked at Springs Rescue Mini in Colorado Springs as an example, and before, and all of those are best practice examples of where working with a faith-based group as a third party. In those examples where cities work, they sometimes provide land, They sometimes provide funding, they sometimes provide both. And it usually depends on the type of municipality, whether it's metro or not, on whether that funding is one time for setup or sustainable funding. We were asked to look at the cost of Purple Cliffs. And what we were able to get is only what was spent through the joint sales tax. That does not factor costs from third-party organizations like Access Project, Moxie, NINA. And I just realized I'm so sorry that put MANA as an et cetera. But those are separate individual organizations, and pulling up their last 4 years of costs that were directed specifically to that versus other street outreach is very difficult, timely, and would more likely be a formalized research project. But with what we were able to find, as you can see, $627,000, of which cleanup is more than half. So that shows you where a lot of the costs can come up after the program with something that is primitive and unmanaged. It does not factor in, of course, the savings that were made by having Purple Cliffs exist to the community, but it doesn't factor in costs such as, did it encourage movement to this area? Those are costs that can't be captured. So even with that number, we know it's always going to be an estimate of what the true cost is. And we were told to look at what we could get for a permanent management community cost for establishment and maintenance. And as you can see, land could be up to $1 million. We have seen in some of the possible positions. It could be much less. So that's a very big range. And we took the numbers from what was a March 2021 study session where Neighbors in Need Alliance and La Plata County staff worked together to come up with the numbers. We do believe some of those numbers would have to be raised based on what we now know is just a year's difference in materials costs and staffing issues. But the estimated $300,000 or more for setup costs that don't include the shelters. And we looked at the shelter costs if we went with pallet shelters versus tents and have that combination there. If we went with a non-pallet brand, similar pallet shelter, they tend to run in that range from what we've seen. And maintenance is where we have a bigger variation, and that's partially because of personnel. That we took the numbers again from that previous study session, and we adjusted somewhat for just possible differences based on the staffing we see at certain parks and recs facilities, and same thing for operations. But then we also separately had a city staff estimate that it could be up to $600,000. Why there is such a huge variance is we have just seen in new projects costs rising, and we see staffing as one of the key challenges, which we talked about in this next slide. Personnel issues are a key concern for the establishment and maintenance of a managed community because everywhere citywide and countywide, we're having real issues with recruitment and retention. But the difference between a restaurant and a management community, it is an existential threat. If you cannot staff it, it will not run correctly. And we are seeing aid agencies locally having staffing issues where it can sometimes, have service impacts. I mentioned the Volunteers of America shelter because the Coordinating Council on Homelessness, when reported that they were having staffing issues, have come together to fill in that gap temporarily using their volunteer network, which is an excellent temporary solution. But of course, due to volunteer fatigue, would not be a permanent solution. But it could be a hopeful model for if there are short-term shortages that volunteers could step in for if we have a good recruitment and retention plan so that there are never total shortages. And one of the big ones is, of course, we don't have a large metro area to pull from. That's one of the reasons we have difficulty with recruitment and retention in general, and that would also be true in this. So that is why you see such a variance in the pricing. We do believe that for maintenance, it might be necessary to pay, above market rates to staff. Then we get into estimated current costs, and this is another area where we have to put some pretty large caveats. A chronically homeless person costs a taxpayer an average of close to $36,000 per year and reduced by about half when they're placed in supportive housing. And depending on the community, that can be much higher or it could be somewhat lower. And so you also have to look at who are we defining as chronically unhoused? Would we consider the about 100 college students who are largely couch surf or live out of cars as chronically unhoused? for the reasons of cost, which are largely police, medical, and cleanup? Most likely not. So then you have a range of 100 to 300 people, depending on the count at the time, to estimate with that national number. Again, we would not use that national number necessarily to be accurate for Durango. We are very different. We're not a large metro area versus their shelter versus unsheltered costs can be captured pretty directly because they've been studying them for years. We have not. And so it'd be difficult to get that. It also doesn't look at if you have an increase in services, will you see an increase of the unsheltered population? We, of course, can't predict whether that would be true or not. We only have the past 4 years growth to look at, but we had some pretty seismic and internationally unusual events, both with COVID and with, because of that, the long-term establishment of a primitive unmanaged camp, which we will not have in the future. And it does not look at, well, what are the current costs being affected by our existing efforts? And below is a mention of areas where we give land, money, or both. And so as you can see, we're already doing a great deal of aid, which we know is affecting the cost. But again, it's difficult, if not impossible, to capture that in a dollar amount year by year. So that leads us to some of the considerations that these questions look to raise. Does the Athena strategic plan reflect the current direction of council? Do they concur with the CCH on moving a managed community to tier 1? What is the city's role in that? Planning, or is that through a third party? And funding, is that going to be one time in establishment or sustainable for a set period? Unintended consequences. Can we support this resource effectively? And if not, is it the correct thing to do to establish a resource that we don't believe we can support? And what is the city's focus? Were they to do this? Would the first managed community be open to anyone with fit the certain parameters, or only our 9R families that are currently unhoused? So those are just the considerations that were brought. And oh, I went the wrong direction. There we go. And that leads us to questions, and we'd be more than happy to jump back to any specific slide you have.
Thank you, Luke, and we will open it up to questions. Anne, did you want to add anything before we?
I just had information because I know the council wanted information about the resource center. So I just brought statistics so just people can see what's happening. And so up to today's date, from March 28th, when we opened, we've served 1,227 community members with assistance. So that is not a duplicated number. That's just one time of somebody coming through and then entering them into our new database, Empower. And so what I've provided here is, so far we were able to capture over 1,129 people with demographics. So I've just included the demographics that we run. And then on the back sheet is just kind of a list of our services and where we are from January to September. So just to kind of give you an idea of the supportive services and the numbers we're seeing.
And I appreciate you bringing this. This was not the focus of this meeting.
No, but I just brought it because that
I
was.
appreciate that.
So
yes.
just letting you know that since March of 28th, we've seen 1,227 community members. And that's everything from food assistance through the market to employment and housing assistance.
Those are visits, not necessarily in different.
That's households.
Households.
So
okay.
that's people that have entered the market or have entered the resource center. Everybody who comes into the resource center, we collect data. So we do demographics, we do a needs assessment, and then we provide the service. So since then, unduplicated, we've seen that many people.
Wow, okay, thank you. So questions for Luke and Anne regarding, can you put tier 1, you had a slide back there, what you wanted.
Move from tier 2 to tier 1?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you put that up for us?
Right here?
Yes.
On the develop affordable housing column, and it says new strategy, what is that new strategy?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
know if
you're
you're going
good.
to-
Whoever.
And I might also ask India, but you know, that's for instance, the Best Western.
Okay.
So, which the city, you know, was
Okay.
helping. And then you've got also, the Regional Housing Authority. So looking, and then Habitat for Humanity also providing, new ideas and taking then, once they've been named, going to tier 1.
And then the small essential homes in a village setting.
That is community compassion outreach.
Okay.
And so from when that was updated, I know that Donna May, you know, still has an interest, but I know she's also, as you also see, the recovery support services. So she's kind of looking at both of those strategies.
It's just that on track, and so I wasn't sure, is it going forward or?
So,
is it just
On
developing?
track, meaning, you know, she's been working with funders, looking for funding. We've had a bunch of meetings about it. So we're just taking next steps, but until all the pieces come together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're on track with moving forward.
So for me, something that hasn't been spoken to yet, the CCH interaction plan update in September 2022 has a quote around best practices from Project Moxie's memo of June 27th. We have also learned that these new models are difficult to implement when the community relies on leadership from local government or service providers. These models work best when initiated by a third party or a community coalition with a lead agency. I found that very interesting, and it started me thinking in a different way. It started me thinking at a higher level than the specific strategies or actions that are in this plan that the CCH and the Athena plan have. And I've also talked with outside of the area of Durango, Housing Authority people, and gotten some ideas from them. I attended the last CCH meeting, and I'm moderating the FLC lifelong learning series on Thursday on homelessness. And I've been talking a lot with Dr. Kathleen Van Voorhees, Diana Ford, and Caroline Kinzer, as well as Stella from FLC. And I'm wondering, also in a conversation that I had with Commissioner Porter Norton, she mentioned a concept that I have talked with Jose about previously, which is if you look at like a regional housing authority, instead of a regional housing authority, which we have, what if we had a regional unhoused authority? And apparently, according to Marcia, I did some research and I found this, and I sent this out to council last night and also to Jose. In Washington, in King County, there is an example of a homeless authority. And the way that it functions is, it functions so much like the CCH. I look at this work that you all have done and I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, this is the structure, this is the path, this is all the activities that need to be done to make this happen. And what if it was an authority that did that? They had the responsibility, they had the authority to do so. It would mean that they would have taxing capabilities if necessary. It would mean they would come to city, county, and other organizations for funding. And it means that they are the experts doing this work, and we are supporting it, just like we support MANA, just like we support VOA, just like we support the Powerhouse. They're experts in their field, and they come to us and we fund them and we support them. Under the title of best practices, the idea that a lead agency other than municipalities is necessary to make this work. You all know how long we've been working on this, years and years and years, and we're trying to do it the same way. We're trying to get the city and the county together in the same place and figure something out, and that's not working. So I'm proposing that we look at this from a higher level, and that we talk about this idea of an authority which would be set up by possibly the CCH. They might become that authority. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'm just throwing ideas out there because they could move forward in ways that the city can't and the county can't, and the way that we haven't been able to do yet. And I'm saddened by that. I'd hoped that we could do this earlier, but This is something I have just now come to, this idea of an authority. Other people have thought about it before me, but we haven't had a conversation about it. And I can see this as a path forward for something that could be incredibly successful.
Luke or Ann, do you, and then also Council, but I would like to see if you guys have entertained that thinking.
Yeah, the CCH has discussed it and Ann discussed it. And so Ann has some really great ideas on it.
And kind of, we've discussed some different ideas.
Yes,
And then also when we were last with the county at their last study session, they had said that idea, which we think is great. From what I understood is that either the county or the city would have to set that up. Did you get that information?
No, so this homeless authority has an agreement with the city of Seattle as well as the King County to perform the work, just as our RHA has those kind of agreements,
Right.
but the city nor the county set them up. The authority themselves. Now, whether or not we support that in the sense of helping it happen or doing whatever needs to be done logistically or legally, yes, but we are not the entity.
Correct, but I thought their lawyer, and I could be wrong, said that there would they would have to go through and set it up through some type of legislation, and I don't know. If you remember. Yeah, please.
Please, because that's where the mics are. Thanks.
And introduce yourself, Sadia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sandia Atkinson. I'm the facilitator for the CCH. I'm employed by Ann through MANA. And so we have been looking into this since that county meeting where it was proposed to have an unhoused authority. And one of the models that seems most realistic actually for our community would be to look at the continuum of care model. And the continuum of care is something that all communities across the United States are required to have by HUD. That's not that they get funding from HUD to provide a continuum of care, but it looks at the whole continuum of housing and tries to provide opportunities for people, especially unhoused community members, to get the resources that they need. And so we did entertain the unhoused authority. We looked at the King County model. Continuums of care is what a lot of communities across the state of Colorado is how they organize things. And so that's the model that we're talking with Housing Solutions about, because Housing Solutions for the Southwest actually houses the continuum of care already internally. And Housing Solutions is very interested in getting some more support, because right now they don't have any funding provided for that. And so this would be a way to non-duplicate services, to combine the continuum of care and the CCH to be focused. All the service providers are going to multiple meetings a month about similar things. Why not just combine these things so we can have a more cohesive, aligned approach to addressing this? And I really appreciate that, Council Member Baxter. We need to have an aligned kind of front to be able to move this work forward with the support of elected bodies. So I really appreciate that you bring it up. We want to know if this is a direction that City Council would like CCH to pursue. We're not interested in pursuing it without the buy-in of this council. And we need also to have some decision-making authority to be able to do something with the strategic plan, right? I think we've been caught in a little bit of this, like, who's the leader? Everyone's in an emergency situation looking to who's the leader. We need to establish a more formalized structure of leadership on this topic in our community.
Would you go through a process of being under an umbrella of some 501c3, or would you have to set up?
Exactly.
So can you speak to the difference though of the
authority
authority versus the continuum of care, because they're totally two different things.
They are two different things, and I don't understand all of the different legalities between the two. But I think what we're most interested in, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be to actually use Housing Solutions as the Southwest as that umbrella nonprofit. We don't have to set up a new nonprofit. It would simply be a coalition that's run through Housing Solutions. There wouldn't be anything legal that the city or the county need to do.
Different than I think the authority.
Different from the unhoused authority.
And they'd be the sponsoring agency for any
Should be the sponsoring agency for any funding or.
And I'm just
grants.
gonna say possible, we're still in talks with them, so however, you know, they want it to proceed, we're willing to do.
And just to be clear, like, their board has not like voted on this or approved anything like that. It's still very much in an idea phase. But
So if I understood correctly, one of the advantages of an authority that would be able to float a tax of some sort to support homelessness over the long term versus just a short term, and relying each year on funding from entities that were supporting it. So that was one of the things that was very attractive to me, was being able to, by doing so, you could gauge the public's support for the work that was being proposed, and then adjust it based upon that support also, so that you could be more successful. And that was one of the things that appealed to me about it, was that independence and that long-term funding possibility. Not that you would go there, but that's.
Well, and I think it's a great idea. The thing, and I might have just not understood, but I thought it had to be initiated through the city and the county. So that's where,
for the unhoused authority,
Yeah.
probably.
Well,
When we
that would be something we can find out.
Yeah.
That's not so that may be something that we say, okay, yes, we can work with you on that to get that set up, and then you guys, that's your thing once it's set up. I mean, I don't know what that looks like, but to find out more information, it's wanting to know whether or not there's support for that concept more than the actual detail.
I will say, I know when Councilor Youssef and I worked on the Wildfire and Watershed Protection Fund, we thought about going the authority route. And then we pulled back from it for a variety of reasons. I also am wondering if the authority may be the really good long-term position, would you consider, and I'm not naming any nonprofit, but I understand your need to be umbrella of someone. Would you consider being under an umbrella of an organization and then down the road pursuing the authority, because they can take a fair bit of time to set up?
and I mean, correct. So I think we're thinking of different things that can happen, you know, moving forward, which we're happy to look at. The big thing is knowing that the city and the county are behind the strategic plan and that we're moving forward, because the whole CCH was built on that plan and was built on the basis of looking at that plan and moving it forward. So MANA and the CCH is in a position where I don't know how to move forward if I don't know there's a plan. And if there is no plan that everybody's agreeing on, then we need to come and figure out some other direction. So I really need that guidance, because especially with HUD funding coming down very shortly, without having a plan or specific goals, then really each organization is just going to go out for the funding for their individual needs and what programs they run. We can't get behind the community with one goal without having a community goal. So it's really vital for us to know if we're supporting this and what direction we're moving forward, so that this next year we can actually continue to move forward. And the funding, you know, I believe was released today, November 15th. Yeah. And so we only have a short amount of time to get those proposals in and, you know, to start moving forward. And so I know that the permanent managed community is one that's on tier 1 now, because with, you know, the city and the county, and also Nina stepping up and, you know, being that nonprofit. And so we're just trying to figure out if everybody's still in agreement, is where are we going? Because if not,
Sure.
we need to spend some time planning so we know where we're going.
I think one of the interesting possibilities with this idea that we're talking about here is that you could come forth with specific requests or specific actions that would be taken. Not just say, let's move this to tier 1, but you would come forward with specific actions. Like, here's what has to happen. Here's what it looks like. Like, here's what a managed community looks like. Here's what, I mean, we have all these numbers, but there's no proposal there. Maybe it's a proposal is the kind of word that I'm not certain.
I guess, but that's where too, if you're not, like, I feel like for the last couple of years, we've gone through a lot of what these things look like through, you know, starting in 2019 with the Athena group, you know, with all the stakeholder meetings we were in, talking about different models, and the same thing for the last couple of years. And so, you know,
But you didn't have any authority to do anything.
correct.
And that's the difference between what we're talking about here is giving, you know, is you taking actually the authority to move forward. And because of where you're going, getting funding from different entities, whether it be the state or the federal government, the city, the county, other nonprofits, whatever it is, you know, that's the difference here.
And that just depends on what model is chosen, because like the continuum of care model versus, you know, different things, it would look different. But if we don't have support with the main place we're going, you know, I don't want to do all that work.
So let me open it up to council, if I may, because I'm watching the time. If this is, I'd like to hear from council, and I'll also come in this later. Support, a level of support for this plan, because I understand what you're saying. You need to know that to even act, you need to know that you've got buy-in from one of those, you know, the city and the county.
Can I just make one other
Yes,
point?
please.
Because also what we agreed to in our contract with the RFP was the CCH is supporting the strategic plan. So it goes back to that basic, you know, where if that's not the case, then it's a bigger conversation, you know, of what does it look like this turnaround, and, you know, figuring out what are those goals or objectives.
So I'm opening it up for views on.
So for me, and I know I'm talking most, but I'm sorry, go ahead, you guys ask questions.
Well, go ahead, you finish and then we can go and then we'll go, because I'm.
So one of the things for me is a managed community. Well, we all kind of know what that looks like, but the recommendation, this is why I'm saying someone needs to have the authority to make a recommendation. Because a managed camp can look like many different things. Does it have any barriers to it? Yes or no? What kind of barriers? What does it support? Is it supporting the people who want to move into housing? Is it supporting people who have substance abuse issues, who are currently involved in programs and want to move into housing? Does it support people who have substance abuse programs who aren't doing that and who don't have that inclination? Does it support the travelers? What does it support? And without someone who has the ability and the expertise to implement that and to come forward with what that plan looks like, maybe it's more than one plan, maybe it's more than one managed community. I don't know. And we are not experts and we don't have the experience. So I think that's where one of the biggest challenges comes in for this group is, like, I can say, okay, a managed community sounds like a great idea, but that means nothing because it's not specific enough and it's not detailed.
But I would argue a little bit that it, at least you saying that, like, gives a little bit of direction that, like, it's supported in some way, shape, or form, and they can continue doing work. Because that is, I would hate to see the time wasted for them to look at a potential managed community that maybe we all support, and that, or maybe we don't all support, but they are going out and looking for that solution. And then we come back and we're like, nope, we don't actually support that and never actually have. That it seems maddening. And so but it is hard, and I will 100% agree that, like, for me to say I support a permanent managed camp, when in my head, like, I see the struggles that we've had, like every time we find a piece of land and the owner finds out what we're gonna potentially use it for, it's no. The people that or the businesses, my businesses even, and VOA struggling with staffing. What happens if we can't staff it? Does it just shut down? And then what, right? Like me seeing the lawsuit coming through from Purple Cliffs on the eviction stuff. Like what happens? What are the laws there in terms of someone living in a managed camp and then getting either kicked out, or like, there's so many questions that you don't know the answers to, I know,
Right.
and like nobody does that. But
Very
like,
good point.
right.
If you're not willing to support or go
yes.
in that direction, we can't waste our time in moving forward with that.
So I think for productiveness in terms of time, I'm just going to start and say, like, the Athena strategic plan and your strategic plan and moving the managed camp up to tier 1 is supported by me. In terms of following though a lot of different things that not by a school, not by, parks, like we've talked about in different meetings. And when I said in the last meeting that I attended that this was a topic I was like, I almost wanted to see a plan 1B, because I don't know if we'll ever find a piece of land this happened. I mean, we threw out the idea of putting 1 or 2 shelters on, faith-based churches, and we were met by a little bit of pushback. And it's like, whoa, if we're getting met by pushback from churches on that, like, how are we going to do this next to, I mean, we're, potential places that, I don't know, it's just so concerning to me. And so that's why I say, yes, like, you have rules and regulations, and we're helping families first, and we're helping people that, have jobs in our community, or, and that's our plan. Like, I absolutely support that and want to see that happen, but I'm nervous on so many levels, as I'm sure you are, and everyone is, that we'll never find that perfect spot.
There is not going to be a perfect spot.
Exactly.
There's going to be a spot that works, and that we're going to have to work with the community, the neighbors. We're going to have to work with the businesses to then create a relationship that works for everybody. But there is no perfect spot.
No, but what if we never find it? Like, that's what I'm so scared about. And so that's what if we never find it, if it's never doable, what is the other option? Like, is there any? And so anyways, I'm rambling.
No, but that's where I can just say with this plan, there's not just one option.
Yes, exactly.
If you see the list of everything that everybody's doing, everybody's doing different pieces, and this transitional housing piece is just a major piece in the puzzle of permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, peer recovery, support. There's just so many resource center. So it's all of it together helps somebody take the next step.
Do I want to support a managed camp that helps people that are homeless, they're experiencing homelessness, or unhoused because of whatever issues, but that are working in our community, or a part of our community and contribute to our community? 100% yes. That's like, no. And so if that's the direction you're looking for, I don't know. Like,
that's a great. I mean, we're just trying, because we've had no direction.
But, specific options come to me, and I can easily say no for certain reasons, and that's hard.
Right, but hearing that, that the council supports this,
I'm
so
just
that
one person.
we know,
We'll go around.
I'm just saying, hearing if the council does support this, helps us know what direction to go in and what for us to.
But to Kim's point, I 100% support either the, continuum of care option or the authority, because I feel like you need some teeth and some traction. And if that gives you that with funding, with whatever, and I don't know what the different examples, you said there was different entities in Colorado that were using the continuum of care. And so if it's successful, then that might be the easier route to go than the authority. But if it's not as successful, or it doesn't get, like, I don't know the positives from it.
And they're not exclusive.
And that
right. So anyways, but I support that.
If I may, Councilor Bill, just because I think this is a little bit of, for my side, on the clarity side, is I think that the permanent managed camp has the support. My question would be on the lead part, it has county, city. And is that the part supported, or is that we're supportive of the permanent managed camp, with the lead being the continuum of care model or an authority model? I think would help, at least me from a city standpoint, make sure that I have clarity of, as the counselors go around and say how they support it. Is it the whole way as it's listed, or is it not where the city is in the lead portion of that?
Okay, sorry, I was confused.
No, I just want to make sure I get it, because I'm losing it, and then you may come out and say we're for it, and we don't know exactly who that lead portion is of that organization.
And for, I think, the CCH, it's city, county, and community, because, without the land, without the approval from the city, without funding from the county, they've put up, hopefully, the 1 million. And then also Nina's, support, Nana's support, all different community members, Access Health. That's the only way one of these camps is going to actually.
But that's not who leads. All those people you just listed are not who leads. There has to be one leadership.
And then I guess that depends on,
And those other groups that you listed are support.
Correct.
For making it happen.
So, but with lead, are you talking about funding? Are you talking about managing? Because.
So look at the RHA, for example. The lead is the RHA. It is their job to get funding. It's their job to get land if they want, if they think that's the best way to go, donated for development. That's the authority's job to figure those things out. It's not, and the city and the county and all the other entities that are involved, Bayfield and Ignacio, are support for them. And in that situation, there's actually a liaison and a staff person on the board, but I would not recommend that in this situation. I would recommend it only be people like CCH and the volunteer organization stakeholders, because the city makes their support by the funding. And we don't want to direct what you're doing. We want to support what you're doing.
So that's
go ahead.
I think, a big question, because, you know, for up to this point, you know, it was the city and the county, because, you know, the city and the county providing either the land, the funding. And so I think that's like a whole nother conversation, because.
But it's been unsuccessful.
And so I guess that's a question of asking the CCH if that's something we're taking on, because originally in the Athena plan and, you know, everything that's been talked about, because I can remember sitting here a couple years ago and somebody saying, you know, if we just have a partner, you know, a nonprofit that can manage, you know, we'll be able to find the space. And, you know, Nina stepped up to, you know.
It's still not high enough level. That's not important. Sorry, go ahead. The other counselors need to.
I'm gonna have
Okay.
Sandia, and then I'm gonna Lisa and Olivia as well.
And this is a great point that Chuck Stevens, county manager, made at the county meeting, that the CCH is the city, it is the county, it's all of us. We are implementing your plan. It's the city and county strategic plan on homelessness. So I really want to encourage you to think about it that way. CCH is not separate from the city and county. We are working with the city and county. City and county are key stakeholders of the CCH, and it's your plan. So I just want to put that into perspective as well.
So I'd like to hear from Olivia from thoughts.
You go ahead. I'll take the lead. After you. I'll go out with that.
No, because I don't think we're gonna agree.
Okay, let's start. On the strategic plan, I think you have a lot of entities listed and a lot of objectives and leads and strategies, and I think it all makes sense. Yeah, so a lot of it, pretty much all, I think we make it too complex, because why would we put affordable housing in there, or housing, because we know we need it. We're not gonna have everything under one umbrella and then make another authority for it, and then have another layer of organizational structure to deal with. I think, and I'll just be very simple here. I say during almost every meeting that I think that what we have done for the homeless population is very disappointing. We have dealt with Purple Cliffs as a temporary site for 4 years, and we have pretty much very little to show for progress. And a lot of these things are nice, and what we're doing now, I think $40,000 per month on hotels and clean up $350,000 for Purple Cliffs. A lot of this stuff is not going to solve structurally anything. It is money that has been spent and will never come back. And the bottom line keeps going back to, we have to have a managed camp, whether it's, I've seen reports, I mean, whether it's a managed transitional camp with some sort of structures. One of the reports had pictures, or a managed tent site camp. We need some sort of camp so that we don't have the trash, we have some sort of safety, we have the place for the police officer and the sheriff to send people to if they're doing what should be done. So we can circle around organization and put everything in there, but the bottom line is, if we don't have a managed camp, we don't have to worry about who manages it, because we don't have a problem. So it comes back to leadership or progress, and I think we should be doing so much better. And I am not in favor of calling it authority or creating another structure that basically pushes it out for another 6 months or a year or whatever. We need to make decisions, and we need to get recommendations, and that's it. Provide that direction. So that's my perspective on these things.
So do you support a managed camp?
I support a managed camp.
Managed by the city, the county?
In an ideal, this is just thinking, I think that will be a recommendation, but to me, the city is not into managing camps. It's not built, it's not a builder, it's not a developer. And we have difficulty even managing the projects that we have listed in our budget. Yeah, so every year we do a fraction of it. So no, I don't think that the city should even come close to managing a camp. We have fantastic organizations. The most success stories we have in our community are from the VOA and MANA and Habitat. And we don't even entertain Habitat for a property for them to build housing on. So when we say on here affordable housing, I think, oh, interesting, because they came to us, what, 7 months ago, with a request for a property. And we basically say, well, we'll see if we invite you for a presentation. So no, I think we can do a lot better. We can do a lot better.
Melissa, thoughts so far?
I really appreciate the discussion that's taken place. I like the idea of what Kim's bringing up, this idea of authority. To talk about your question in particular, manage camp in the plan. So, you know, what's concerning to me when I look at this lead question that Jose is questioning is that, you know, when we did the Athena plan, we were joint, we were city and county joint. We were operating in tandem together to try to address community-wide the issue of homelessness. And we thought at that time that jointly, you know, working towards in a tier 2 format, a managed camp would be a good step in the right direction. This was back in 2018. You know, for me to see the county not, you know, off of that now and not in the lead position now and putting it on the city, to me is very concerning. Because for me as a city, I know that I certainly know we don't have the staff resources. We're understaffed as we are to do, it's not one of our core functions to do and lead a managed camp. And we don't have the resources, we don't have the staffing. I'm concerned that the other thing is I'm hearing community-wide through my discussions with the county, and I also had a discussion with Marcia, that a lot of discussions are happening in the community about options for medium and long-term solutions towards transitional housing. Maybe those conversations are happening with you, and I don't know because I haven't been privy to those. I'm not on the CCH, and these conversations, from what I understand, are potentially some options to address you know, more systematically homelessness. And I also understand that there's funding at the state level, some pretty significant funding potentially available to address homelessness through transitional and/or bridge housing. But the question is who leads that? And in all of the examples that have been identified as successful and that have been brought up here, they are outside organizations, not municipalities. And I think that is really key here. So if you want to move this to a tier 1 goal, permanent managed camp, I think I might call it something besides a permanent managed camp. When the community has been bringing up the discussion of transitional housing, you know, as a city, we worked with Housing Solutions to do a Sparrow that has been successful. Those type of communities seem to be working, and they actually provide transitional housing towards structured housing. And so I'm concerned about the name, I'm concerned about the cost, I'm concerned about staffing, I'm concerned about the lead. So I have a lot of concerns about it.
And I will also just jump in because I think we're going to have a longer discussion around this, but I'd like to just get a sense of my view. Thank you for your work and serving on this. And I think there's a couple of things. I have always felt that we needed a third party handling anything we did, you know, that has the expertise, that something like the CCH with the power and the authority to act. So while you can say we're all the CCH, I think that was how it was created in Athena, but I will say that when I'm looking at what I see needing to happen, I think there are people, I can think of several nonprofits in town who have the expertise and that you could fall under an umbrella. Because I know you're going to need that as an entity. I think the city's role is in providing possibly help in purchasing land or in land, and possibly help in regular contributions, just as we don't run the La Plata. I'm going to make an example. We don't run the Powerhouse, or we don't run the Humane Society, or we don't run that, but we make certain they have funding to do what they need. And in some cases, we look at their capital needs as well. So I think that that's, I want to be clear that there are people in the community who have much more information and much more experience on doing this than I do. But you are going to need support. And probably what we can do is, in my view, is look at financial support for that. I do believe that, actually, I think this is a thoughtful tier 1. And I think it's important, again, to answer the questions that both Councilor Buell and Baxter brought up about this camp and what it looks like. I do see the need for having some place for people to be directed to, but it is very clear to me that it needs to be bridge housing, that it is not permanent, that it's not permanent in the sense that you can stay here for 5 years. It is giving that hand, that helping hand to get into some kind of more permanent supportive housing or whatever is needed. So I think there's value in having it in a concentrated place and in a structure that is uniform, that's not just a mishmash, but it's a uniform community. I think there's real potential that can be done there. So I want to say I support your plan. I do not support the city necessarily being in charge of this. I support that. I see the city as a possibly a catalyst in getting something going, and then a sustaining, in my view, and I'm only one, funder, and also helping you, whatever this entity might be, in securing those funds, through matching support. There's also often a requirement for that. So that's very different than what you just proposed, but I wanted you to hear my thinking, and I opened it up for council to weigh in on anyone's comments so far.
And I haven't actually made my position clear either. I just brought this idea up because I think it's a very intriguing and interesting idea. It's a huge possibility for success. And I believe that some form of managed community is probably necessary in order to move people from being unhoused and being housed. What that looks like, I have no way of saying. So I support that concept. I don't know exactly what it looks like. I don't know all the details, but I support that concept, and I support it being a priority. But I cannot support the leadership resting with the city and the county because it has been so unsuccessful in the past. And I think it'll never, it just isn't the right place for that, I don't believe, to rest. So I would wholly support the idea of the continuum of care or an authority or whatever entity can be a leading agency and actually have the authority to make things happen. And then come to us as partners. How do we fund it? Can you help us with this? Where do we find this? What do you think would work? What do you think the community will accept? Because it's going to have community buy-in if we're going to be supporting it. So that's the kind of thing I think would be tremendously successful. And I'm just, it actually excites me, to be honest with you, because I up until like looking at all this, I really didn't see a path forward. I felt stumped.
And responses, and
I appreciate the feedback. I guess, sorry, a lot of feelings because it's been a long conversation for many years. And, I appreciate hearing everybody's concerns and thoughts and, providing direction. Where I get confused is, it's not MANA's strategic plan. It really started from the city and the county. And just a minute ago, you said your plan. It's not my plan.
Right.
It's our plan because MANA was a stakeholder in making it. And so that's where, taking the city and the county off the lead of the permanent managed community, I can understand. But knowing what the buy-in is just so crucial for us to move forward because, for me, and, we've hired Sandia to help us run the CCH, I'm also running MANA. And so without guidance and direction, we don't have the resources or time to figure out what we can and can't do without knowing what you can provide. And I heard, there's a possibility of funding of land, just like a Sparrow, that was provided, which was a huge help. And so without knowing the resources and the funding that's going to be provided, it's really impossible for one nonprofit or a couple nonprofits to take on a whole nother program, without knowing what the buy-in is from the city and the county. Because even though, Luke did such great research on different models throughout the country and throughout Colorado, but one piece missing there is without the city and the county buy-in, those camps don't happen.
So with you taking, with you being comfortable without having the city on the lead out there, the county has clearly made it very clear that they will not be the lead. So if you're comfortable, I think I heard from several of us that we're not comfortable being the lead on this. And it sounds like you're comfortable with us not being the lead on that
Of the plan, because
Of
we
the
can
plan.
change the plan, but the thing is we need to know what, is being provided, so that if there is an organization or there is, like you said, you've heard people are out there talking, but without knowing what the resources are,
Right.
we can't move forward.
Right,
And
correct.
so knowing, sorry.
Are you speaking of resources for land or actual land? or
Funding,
for
I think.
money?
Well, that comes back to my first question, which is, what are you supporting?
Okay,
I think I might be able to help clarify this possibly and think about some next steps. So I'm hearing from many of you, you don't feel comfortable with the city being listed as a lead for the permanent managed camp or
Is it
CBD
so?
or whatever it's called. Yeah,
I think it's
Yeah.
bigger than that. I think it's,
and
I
I'll
think it's
I'll
the
get there.
taking responsibility for the plan,
Yeah.
implementation, and or adjusting it to what's appropriate.
Right, yeah, so there are two things. On one level, we're talking about the camp, on the other level, we're talking about the plan and how to move the whole plan forward. So I think just addressing the camp piece, if we take the city and the county off of that camp lead, then it just bumps back down to a tier 2 strategy that does not have a lead attached to it at this point in time. And then whenever, this is how the strategic plan works, whenever a lead is identified to run a certain strategy, such as the camp/community, then it bumps up to a tier 1. So we don't forget about that very important thing that has to happen in our community. But at this point in time, there's not necessarily the lead. So I just want to,
I can
Okay,
only
what about
clarify
the
one thing.
lead
though,
for
on the
implementing
events.
Wait,
okay,
Events.
and I want to get there to the entity piece as well, just to help provide maybe some next steps for y'all. Is there direction from this council that the majority of you would like CCH to research potential entities that could be an unhoused authority or a continuum of care, so that there would actually be the staffing and the support to provide policy recommendations to this council?
I would like to clarify one.
Okay,
because-
then, 1 moment, please. We will keep that request on the table. Is you're clarifying about the request?
Yeah, because you speak of the managed camp. When you speak of the managed camp, do you mean the acquisition of land or the management of that land as a managed camp? Because to me, they're very distinct.
Right,
To me, the city and county should assure there's land,
right.
and then the entity that will manage it takes the lead on the management.
That's currently not identified as NINA, and the coordinating council has never suggested that the city specifically manage the camp.
Right.
Correct.
So
So it was
can you
just-
separate that when
Yeah,
you
that's a good
explain
point.
that to me? Because when you say, oh, city doesn't want to be the lead in the permanent managed camp, I think we need to show leadership and make sure there's land available, saying there's a lot of land back there.
Right.
And I think that
That
was
is
the
my
original
perspective.
intention, that it was the original intention of being the lead on this.
The
was to
problem with it
identify
is
the
that
land.
we can't do it alone, because if the land is outside of city limits, which we probably, there's a chance of it being outside of city limits, then we deal with the county. And then we have those, so it becomes a little, it's not as easy, but to me, it is either the city or the city and the county that have the money,
Yeah.
that should buy the land. And it's not a waste of money either, it's an investment in real estate, because if the city grows another 10 miles out, we can use that land for development of housing, we buy another piece of land a little bit further away from schools and churches and playgrounds and make that, so.
So
that's
if it was more designated permanent managed community for land acquisition. Or something like that, within the city and the county take the lead on that, and then we create another one, say, you know, permanent managed community.
Establishment and maintenance.
So that model is what we've been trying to do for the last 8 months,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not working. This is the problem. This is, to your very point, it's not working. And so I personally, this is just my perspective on it, but the strategic plan, yes, was created by the city and county and we adopted it, but it doesn't mean that someone else can't take over the implementation of it, create the policies and make it happen. And I really believe that we will be having these same conversations next year if we're saying the city and the county are taking the lead on finding a piece of property. And I don't want that. And I can't support that.
So if I may, just to keep us. You've asked a question and I'm going to throw a question on the table in response to both Councillor Bosman's and Councillor Baxter's comments. So first of all, you want to know our level of support for either a continuum of care being formed or a authority. And so we'll go around that. But I'd also like to say, you know, the city and the county have been working to find land, and we've looked at different parcels and met in an executive session to discuss the merits of them. And so there's a history of work toward that. And what I also wonder is, you know, it's not a chicken and an egg. It's a sense of, if you had this entity, could you envision working with the city and county, and in the city and county in some way purchasing the land, maybe doing some kind, I mean, I don't know the legal structure, maybe doing some kind of arrangement so that it's available for use, that would be worked out. But it sounds to me like you need a level of support, of knowledge that we're interested in pursuing this, and a certain amount of money that we're willing to put into it as a startup. Is that what you've been asking when you say resources?
So that's a really good point, Barbara, because the county has said they would commit $1 million. We have not spoken to that. And that might help with this whole conversation, is if council was willing to say, here's what we would be willing to put into to support an entity taking this leadership. And then that entity would know what kind of funding they had to deal with in order to get things going. So maybe find a piece of property or to whatever it is that's the next.
So that addresses, I think, a little bit of Councillor Bosman's question about being responsible for finding it. Is that what you were trying to get from us when you say you need a sense of the resources available?
I think that would be a great place to answer that question. I think that helps.
I think there are two separate things: resources to establish an entity like a continuum of care or unhoused authority, and then resources for setting up and continuing a permanent managed community. Those, in my mind, are two separate things. It's not an assumption that whatever continuum of care or entity would be the ones to set up and manage that camp. You know, it might be some other third party or some other nonprofit.
Right, but the point being that you would be implementing the plan. So whether some other entity is doing the actual on the ground work is not, that's a detail.
Right.
It's that you make that happen.
Right.
The city doesn't make it happen, but you make that happen with the funding, not you, but the entity makes that happen.
Like, in order to establish an entity, for example, and such entity might need an executive director who's full-time, who could provide the policy recommendations, who could organize the CCH. You know, like those types of funding things would the city council support, so that then that person could go out there and write more grants, bring more funding into our community and support all these good efforts. Like, is that something else?
We have precedent with the Wildfire and Watershed Protection Fund. The city and the county jointly hired the executive director. It sits under the county there, but there is precedent where that
kind of functions.
The RHA is that. So there, you know, it's not an unusual arrangement. It's a question of what does this council, what level of support is this council willing to provide?
We'd be happy to research it and put together a budget if that's the direction that you all want us to go.
That would be helpful. I think what you're asking us right now is going to be very difficult to answer, because for me, when you're asking me how much,
Yeah.
I mean, the county, the $1 million that the county is talking about, that was ARPA money that's one-time money. And we also have to think about sustainability. We also have to think about the fact that we can't commit future councils. And so we want to, if any program that we create needs to be sustainable and have funding sources that are sustainable long-term. And I'm concerned about, while I absolutely recognize the need for transitional and bridge housing, and I also think that there is state funding available right now for state bridge for just precisely that, transitional and bridge housing, which has seemed to be very effective with our Sparrow. Then that I very much support. But the discussion around a permanent managed camp for me is and/or community is somewhat more concerning. I'm concerned that we might not have the resources to maintain that long term. And so I'm just throwing out there my concern. I'm also concerned about if you take the resources, let's just say we decided we wanted to match the county's $1 million. At what cost? What does it come out of our housing fund? Does it, and so, does it come out of the funding that we're also trying to use for workforce and attainable housing? These are the things I would want to consider before I could say that I come up with an amount of support. I'd want staff's recommendation. I'd want to be looking at things kind of, again, more holistically versus me just throwing a number out in the next 5 minutes.
No, yeah, that was not my intent to say in the next 5 minutes.
So
No, yeah.
So my perspective is, well, first of all, we have 84 million starting fund balance for 2023, so there's quite a bit of money available.
Is that a point of order?
That's a
It
point
is
of
a point of
information. Thank you.
information.
Point of
Yeah,
information.
because it's not all
It's in it.
available for use for anything like this.
That's a misleading statement.
About
Yeah.
6,700,000 was the last estimate we had.
I just wanted to clarify, just as far as available funds.
Well,
For a point of clarification, if you have water running to a lot, that's water fund. If you have a sewer connection, that's a sewer fund. So I can go on and on. So it doesn't matter.
There is 6
There's
million
83 million total fund balances. A big part of it is restricted. So
The point of information will be that there is about 6 to 7 million available in an opportunity fund right now. We will not raise this back and forth. We will not have misinformation. Thank you.
budgets. So to create the authority, obviously I'm open to see more information. And maybe that is the only way to go because we're not making progress over the last years. I do think that really doesn't, the problem is still, we have to buy a piece of land, whether it's we, city or county. It needs to be urgent. We've spent 4 years and the winter is upon us. And these people are out of luck. Let's make it very simple here. So it's just not again what we've been doing. So sure, we can go that direction. We're losing time, maybe not using the ghost parallel, but it's not going to help anybody in the short term for the winter. So yes,
so what will help people in the short term specifically?
I won't say it in public.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So I do want a point of clarification as well for a point of direction. The city and the county has a working group. We were looking at sites for potential managed community. The intention always has been that it would be a third party management. I'm looking at this council. Is there direction to continue looking for some site for a possible managed community?
Has it stopped? Did it stop?
Didn't stop, but we were really kind of running in with everything else in the direction that's going through. Just as somebody who's been here for a couple of years, I think no matter what, and I'll agree with Councilor Baxter that the minute that land gets chosen and it comes in this council chambers, there will be an immense amount of pressure on this council of whether we should use funding to do so. And that's just it. It doesn't mean that you can't make the tough decisions or anything like that. And that's not what I'm trying to insinuate. But sometimes when it comes to this, it is easier for an entity to say, here's the amount of money that we have that will contribute. If somebody can go purchase or secure, the city's in for X. very similar to what the county's doing. Usually is an easier route to go in this process to get something done quicker.
Can we ask you for what we have recommended by city staff and the budget to say what that X is?
What the amount of money is?
Yeah, like,
What I can do at a, at a next council meeting is provide an item of, here is the opportunity reserve, here's where it's at. It is about 6 to 7 million. How much does the council feel comfortable in contributing to it? There would, be an understanding also though that some of those things, there are projects out there of affordable housing, which is another thing that the city's on. Some of those things, there are projects out there of affordable housing, which is another thing that the city's on there, and some of the things that we're looking at that we're taking on, it will possibly take away from that. We can kind of talk about that magic number of kind of bring out some ideas of what that could fund if it's just match what the county is. So I think it'll probably be a start to have that discussion of match the million. But again, there's questions that I'm sure the counselors are going to have and ask of what happens if that million goes and that portion. But I do think an easier and probably most effective route would be just to have a financial contribution that we're willing to place up for funding for this initiative.
And if you look at our estimation of even the higher numbers, if there was a match number, that would cover certainly very likely establishment, but it would not necessarily cover the first year of maintenance, but it could be put towards that. So that's just something to look at, that we do have some ballpark figures of what established.
but there's also gonna need some money to potentially set up the continuing care.
Oh, yeah.
The director for that.
Yes.
So I don't know, that would be something that the city maybe could.
And if you look at, say we're off by a significant portion in that establishment, it's actually 1.8 million. That gives another, if there's matching funds of $1 million, $200,000, which could cover both of those things possibly. And maybe not, and if not, then that's a completely separate conversation.
To your point, Jessica, one of the things that the RHA is doing now is working with the Economic Alliance to set up the idea that the Economic Alliance has been successful so far at implementing the 3-year funding strategy for housing. And the RHA recognizes that funding for projects is, nothing's easy to come by, but it's easier to come by. It's almost impossible to get funding for operations.
Yeah.
And so the RHA we're in the process of getting the agreement together, but the direction we're headed is a commitment to fund the operations of that implementation of the 3-year strategic plan, because with that, there are entities that are willing to put more than $1 million in, but they don't want it to go for operations, they want it to go for projects. And great, let's do that. Let's facilitate that. Let's make it happen. So it's similar in concept.
So let me make certain we've got it from council. Is there support from council to proceed with pursuing the CCH, pursuing either a continuum of care or a authority or a combination step, recognizing the urgency that we're facing right now in the situation? The one is there, I wanted to say, because with any managed camp, it would be a third party managing it. That has been pretty much the understanding. So is there support among council for the CCH to pursue these two structure options?
Yes. Yeah, I believe that the CCH wants to do that, because I don't think you've had this conversation yet, but I absolutely support that.
You said continuum care, what's the other one?
The unhoused authority.
Yeah.
And I support that.
To research
support
more
that.
and bring something to council.
And Jessica, you?
Yes.
So you have support there. Then on the issue of this managed community and addressing the urgency and addressing that what has been working, hasn't been working. So if I'm hearing correctly, Jose and I will continue to pursue possibilities with the county of possible land that could be managed. I'm looking at you to make certain this is what I'm hearing.
I don't think that would.
Or you're gonna come back but I was gonna say, and you're gonna come back with an option at one of the next meetings of, here's some funding potential.
That's what I thought I heard, that I was coming
Okay, so
to say, here's how much
okay.
funding's available,
I
how
heard
much do we want
Look for land.
to place in as a contribution.
That's why I think that this is where the 8 entity is the one that looks for the land, right? We provide some
Okay, just
financial
like that.
support to make that happen, but we are not the ones who choose the land or look for the land. But of course, it has to fit within all our codes and all that kind of thing, and like the county too.
Okay, so the other point I do want to make certain that everyone is aware of, because I had a conversation with the commissioners. They will be advertising a notice of funds available. So that is their $1 million. Originally, I think we thought we were going to split it some different way. So they're putting it out there. There's a notice of funds available, and they can get ideas back related to homelessness of how to spend that money, including any entity that might want to partner with them. That could be a city.
It was issued today.
And I think it's for transitional and or bridge housing,
Yes.
short-term, medium-term solutions.
And the other thing I would say from Melissa and my experience on the setting up the wildfire and watershed protection fund, you know, the city provided that money. And again, they are an employee of the county. It's a very different structure. But the intent was that ultimately they would probably be able to fund themselves through grants coming in and charging a certain percentage of administration to each grant. So we really, we're not committing forever, but we committed to getting that started and having a full-time person solely working on that topic. And it's already produced over $1.5 million in funding.
It's true.
In fact, there aren't applying for any more grants because they have so many people, so much to do right now. And let me give you the final word. Is there anything else you need from us?
No, I think that was good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
And-
the work you've done has been wonderful too. When I look at everything that the CCH has put together, I'm like, you already have it all structures. Got it all. Just make it happen.
Okay,
Thanks.
on that, we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene at 5:30.
And what was your area? Like what?
Very much.
Well, I think.
Oh, they got just on. He's like. Yes.
Good.